Cabin in the Woods is really highly rated, right? Like everybody loves Cabin in the Woods, and I only watched Cabin in the Woods finally this summer, and I thought it was hilarious. I didn't really think it was that scary at all, you know? But I'm like, is that movie listed as a horror? Like, was that movie sold as a horror movie? Because it was basically just like fan service porn for horror movie fans. That's how I would view it. Like, the movie was literally just fan service. If you're the kind of person who likes watching scary movies and having a laugh, like, the movie was made for those people, right? Like, very clearly. So anybody else's opinion on it is like, you know? Those are the things we think about. Those are the things we think about. Aliens is something you can really get behind, but like typical slashers are not for you. Well, for many of us, the reason why we would watch a slasher is for the ridiculous, over-the-top reveal, where it's like, oh, of course the grandma that first welcomed them off the bus when they got to town in the opening of the movie that we didn't see at any point for the rest of the film turned out to secretly be the person who was actually behind them in the background of every scene that they were in for the whole entire time, and she was the killer. And even though they said there was no way that she could have actually been able to carry a 200-pound grown man after beating him to death in a dark alleyway, it turns out she actually just had some really good weed, and that just gave her the ability to carry grown men through alleyways without being too hurt, you know? She was the killer the whole time. And at the end, you just, all you can do is let out a really deep sigh. And, but like if you're not into that, then yeah, exactly, then I can't help you there. I can't help you there. The idea is fun, though. I'll give you that. You sound like you'd be big on Scooby-Doo when you were young. Oh my god, I love Scooby-Doo. Great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. You combine that with a trial by fire fixation. My interest in Saw gives that away. Yeah. It's all good stuff. Horror, mystery, whodunit. It's like watching. You gotta keep in mind. It's like watching a sporting event. It's sometimes it's like even though the refs can make the game worse. Like, part of what you're looking forward to doing when you think about watching the sporting event, a big part of what you're thinking about, is usually like, oh, at some point when they make a dumb call, I'm gonna holler at them. But yeah, get to your painting. Get to your painting. Don't let me distract you. Okay? Yeah, it's the toughest thing is that a lot of people who have who consider themselves to have taste, they try to avoid watching bad stuff because I think they feel like they'll be like associated or tainted by consuming low quality media. But I seek it out, I want ever since my teacher told me when I was a little kid that our brains are like sponges just slowly soaking shit up. I was like, man, I want whoever looks at my brain when I'm done to just be like, this guy should have taken a break and sat down at one point, So somebody's like, oh, this movie's bad. And I'm like, great. So it'll give me better perspective when I watch something good. It helps me appreciate good writing. Oh my goodness. A really poorly written movie we just checked out. Did anybody see this new Now You See Me, Now You Don't film? Oh my god. That was I knew it was going to be a steaming pile of crap, but man, they really outdid themselves there. So that's it. That's all I had to say. That's actually the entire bit. So I just had to let you know. That's, man, some of the worst line readings I've ever seen. You could have told me some of them were reading off teleprompters or had never seen the script until they shot that day, and I would believe you. Everybody's broke, man. Absolutely everybody is broke. Why not just make American Ultra 2? Jesse Eisenberg, you're better than this. Everybody else, I don't know. Maybe they actually can't. Maybe they're unemployable. But Jesse Eisenberg. Surely you can get a job, Jesse Eisenberg. How does no one want to make a movie with you? Come on. Did he do something wrong? Did he say that he doesn't like chicken nuggets on like national TV or some shit? I can't imagine any other reason. They would just not want to use Jesse Eisenberg. But whatever. Damn, I tried. I absolutely did the wrong build for a TVZ, but it was worth a stab. I've been so used to playing TVP every day. That was my autopilot build. I don't even know what that is, Bison Bites. I've literally not even heard of that. Yeah, not impressive. Not impressive at all. They also stole the bit from that one movie with Jackie Chan. You guys ever see Shanghai where they use the water in the sand? Literally copying from 30-year-old 90s classic films. What are these guys doing? What are these guys doing? I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional now. Sometimes that's why I watch bad movies, to get myself worked up over something that doesn't matter. Because getting worked up over something that does matter could have consequences, right? Did you want the worst Oceans movie in the Star Trek universe? Because they did it. What? Like Ocean's 11, where Jennifer Love Hewitt pretends to be herself to get into a place? Is you talking about that? That's got to be one of the most horrific crimes in film I've ever seen. I'm not actually sure if any movie has ever done anything worse than that. Like, that actually, I think, is the biggest cinema crime I've ever seen. Oh my God, Bison. Okay, maybe I'll check it out. I'll have to get a. Yeah, that'll be maybe an edible movie. Or was it? I can't remember who it was. Was it Jennifer Garner? Who was in that movie? Wasn't it one of those actors I'm not particularly? No, it might have been. I don't remember. I haven't seen Oceans. I only saw it once. When I was like 14, and I was like, even 14-year-old Nathan knew. Oh, Julia Roberts. Yeah, you're right. Even 14-year-old Nathan knew I was watching one of the worst films I was ever gonna see. Didn't they like EMP the place from like half a mile away and somehow didn't take out power to the whole town or the hospital or anything? I have never seen a Terran look like this. Is this changes gameplay? Well, you know, honestly, my hair is not super aerodynamic because there's a lot of volume and weight to it, so it has a lot of drag. I'm guessing most of the other Terrans, right? You're talking about guys like Demu who are bald, right? The aerodynamics are totally different. I don't know what other Terrans are out there, but I just assume they have short hair. It doesn't really affect the performance. The drag can hurt with my battle cruisers sometimes when they get slowed down a smidge. That can be an issue, but if you've ever played Dungeons and Dragons, we're a big fan of the rule of cool here, which means if it's awesome, then, you know, fuck it, we ball. We don't, you know, the best thing about dying in the video game is that it's not real. You know, I've lost so many games of StarCraft, but nobody has ever put me into a fake magician's box and chopped me up. So clearly, it's not all that bad. So we can take risks. It's like being in virtual reality and jumping off a bridge just to see what it would feel like. You know, you can do it without consequence. You could traumatize yourself still, but you know that you got to be, you know, when you're wielding dark magic, let the buyer beware. Now, if by look you're talking about my Henley, well, I really feel like it just accents my my shoulders nicely. And thank you for noticing. I love. I've kind of fallen in love with the Henleys in the last year or two. Not just because I watched Free Guy. It's actually that one handsome blonde dude from the show Upload. He absolutely, that guy's got some great, whoever does his wardrobe is great. I just want all of his clothes. You have not had the pleasure of watching the latest Tron, so you can't say. Well, see, the thing is, I heard that even though the Tron movie was bad, like, it was still, and this is an argument that I'm kind of curious what you guys in chat think about, because I've only recently heard this take, and I don't want to just be an internet drone who just repeats what everybody else says just because I have no free will and everybody else is bots. Like, but here's a take that I wasn't ready for, that goes against what I already believe in my preconceived notion about how shitty the Tron movie must be. But someone at least made the argument that no matter how bad the movie may be or have been or was, and even if it's not really worth considering in the overall canon of the Tron verse, they're mostly just saying, well, at least visually speaking, the CGI people got to do some cool stuff that if you like Tron, you would look at this and be like, well, if all I saw was this in the commercial, you know, this is what made me think maybe this movie would still be worth watching. And I was like, okay, so the movie doesn't really end up delivering on anything and it's still bad. But compared to other bad movies, this movie still has like some degree of fan service it can achieve, even if everything about it is awful. Does that make sense? So I don't know, because I didn't see the movie and I wouldn't watch it. But based on that comment alone, it almost made me feel bad for judging it the way that I did. And again, I'm very openly saying I have no intention of watching it, and I assume that it is still hot trash. But that's I thought it was an interesting take. Trying not to be a smooth brain over here. Just, you know, it was a thought-provoking question. I'm not going to pretend the plot of the Mario movie was very interesting, but, you know, a film made for literally no purpose other than fan service, it can still achieve that goal, I guess. Mostly depends on how hard the director defends it once the bad reviews come out, right? I don't know. If he just came out, imagine if the director of Tron Ares just came out and said, look, guys, look, okay, we're all out of ideas, all right? We just knew you wanted to see people on laser bikes, all right? Can we just say that? Like, do you think that would make people think better of him? He's like, guys, look, we were completely out of ideas. We just asked ChatGPT, and then we just filmed it and made CGI so people who wanted more Tron could have it. Like, that would be somehow more honest than their marketing for it. But now I'm bullying. Now I'm bullying multi-billion-dollar corporations, so. And I am not worth multiple billions of dollars, which means obviously my opinions are worth much less than theirs, so let's all keep that in mind, okay? My net worth would be maybe a crisp pack of Kit Kats. Yeah. I say crisp intentionally. It wouldn't be it would be like when you have like a Kit Kat bar and you're like, oh, this is better than I thought it would be. Like, ideally somewhere there. Really anything other than those shitty Halloween fun size ones that are intentionally bad. No one takes financial risks anymore? Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you know, like, private credit is also in a gigantic bubble and stuff, and money is really tight. We have this conversation every time I do my best to try and defend the creatives by saying the number one issue is that it's very, very hard for anybody to get money, which means there's no opportunity for small people to get money to compete with big studios, with investors or VC money that can allow them to risk stuff, which means that those big studios don't have to worry about grassroots stuff growing as much because they know they don't have access to capital, which means they don't have to compete, which means they can be as cheap as possible, right? And a lot of them are having funding issues, right? I mean, look at the amount of them that are essentially insolvent to the point of being acquired, a pretty crazy number, even though you would think what they own should be worth and more than enough for them to be their own mega billion corporation. But no. Being the guy in charge of just Warner Brothers, apparently not big dick enough of a position, guys. Not big dick enough. So apparently somebody needs to own that. You couldn't just have a guy be the top of that company and people be like, yep, that's just one of the pillars of our media that exists. Like, nah. It's just another interchangeable piece. But don't worry. They'll have the interest rates at 0% next summer when they put the new Fed chair in. So no one knows what'll happen there, but there'll be a lot of money flowing around, that's for sure. Maybe we'll see some people try to make new movies then. Or games. It's kind of affects everything. But yeah, the financial risk isn't worth it for most people. Debt is incredibly hard to service right now. I guess what I can do here is just get ready for a little mini Cyclone follow-up without, like, overcommitting too much, maybe? Going for the creep is a bit greedy because I'm kind of showing my hand early. Skin changes geometry on units. Therefore, there is a slight difference where you can and cannot click your units on. Therefore, it also changes gameplay. Yeah? Can I ask and to that? I don't mean to be rude, but is there, like, are you trying to imply something there? Like, is this just are you just saying you don't like the skins in the game, like, in general? Is that all? I think a lot of people feel that way, so. Bit of a random question, Nate, but what do you think is the best DBZ movie? I've never watched any of them. I was a poor kid who had usually skipped my dinner to watch Dragon Ball Z when it aired on Toonami. I was crazy about that. I really didn't get to watch basically anything else that wasn't on one of the 20 channels I had. So when I had the ability to watch all of those movies, and like I could tonight if I wanted to, I was like, you know, it doesn't really fit in with my nostalgic memory of what Dragon Ball is. So I just think of characters like Cooler or Brawly. I'm like, oh yeah, these are like spin-off characters in my head. That's how I think of them. And that's how I'll always think of them, because they're not referenced in the show at literally any point ever, which means there was clearly an intent to allow for people who only watched on TV to have that be its own canon experience. And I've decided as a 30-year-old man that I don't need to rewrite everything in my mind of what is Dragon Ball. So that might be a really shitty answer. Some of the clips that come from those movies are great. Like, I don't know or give a shit who Janemba is, but like the movie, like I watched like a couple clips on like TikTok from that movie, and that was pretty cool. There was some cool Super Saiyan 3 stuff. There was some cool fusion stuff, you know? Like there's definitely some bits of it that are nice, but I don't really want to reframe my entire Dragon Ball fandom. I don't know any other way to say that. I hope I'm not being rude with that, but I just, yeah. I'd hate for my memory of Dragon Ball Z to like ever change into something that it's not right now. That brutal, that EU ping. That EU ping is brutal. Damn, how'd you find me, boy? Oh, I think I got... He says he has 1 kill already, so I guess that's what happened. Here we go. Here we go. Just gotta chunk him as hard as we can, right? Look at this slut. Look how fast he put an Overlord on that. No confidence. He had no confidence in me at all. He had absolutely no faith in me whatsoever. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Hey, Nate, Yo, Jay, what's up, what's up? Mothers don't want their children to watch Dragon Ball because they makes them kids jump out the window believing they are Goku. Oh, you guys never had your dad come into your room and tell you to stop screaming at the top of your lungs, and then you're like, I'm trying to go Super Saiyan, and he's like... You know you've never had that? No? I'm gonna guess you guys probably never tried to string yourself up with a Game Boy Link cable either for fun with your brothers either. I did not mean to Yamato my own BC there, but, you know, this has not been bad. It hasn't been too bad of a game. All right, then. There you go. I got more where that came from, thankfully. Oh, he's going for it here, huh? Well, you know that he's already got all of those guys here, so... Look at that. Didn't lose any of them. Beautiful. Oh, and then he throws away all of his Zerglings. Yeah, bring an Overseer over. Come here, big boy. Can we save it? I think we can. This might be game, though, because he's on the battle cruisers. All right, GG. Well played. Huh? It wasn't intentional? No, look at that guy. That guy is... This dude's one of the top players, huh? Look at his MMR. 4.8. Yeah, this guy's a Grandmaster. This guy's a Grandmaster player. So we've hit our first European GM on the ladder. It only took us 2 ladder sessions to play a GM. That's not bad. Not bad at all. It never hits the corner. Yeah, you just got to keep watching. You just got to tune in. You got to tune in case it does. That's such an important part of the stream. Waiting for that DVD to hit the corner. I mean, people here, they do like full-on midsummer like rituals around the DVD hitting the corner here. In fact, usually the most recent guy to follow the stream gets put in the bear suit. Spoiler. A bunch of like sickos are watching, so it's like boom, 5 follows from that. Someone's like, whoa! Jay, I like Jay's in the chat. He's like, guys. One time, the DVD logo did hit the corner. And everybody's like, whoa, what happened? And he's like, and it did a little flip. And they're like, oh! I've never seen it. I've never seen it do the flip. I've never seen the logo do the little flip thing. It's like Mount St. Helens. I saw it as a boy. I saw it as an old man. And I'll never see it again. Sorry, did I say Mount St. Helens? I meant the Halley's Comet. Although I think Mount St. Helens only erupts every 100 years, right? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I guess I live by that now, so I should probably be somewhat aware. I think that's the most likely crazy thing that can happen out here. Or is it the fault splitting off into the ocean or something like that? I don't know where the fault line actually is in this state. Isn't it the one that's half gone with the last eruption? The only thing I really know about Mount St. Helens, because we did learn about it in our science class in Pennsylvania, that was like a big thing when we talked about volcanoes and stuff, and they're like, this one was crazy because there was barely any lava, but it just blew such an incredible amount of rock and ash into the sky that it ended up like dropping the temperatures, and it was dark for days. And well, you guys know I live out in Washington now, so I actually talked to my father-in-law about it, because I was like, wow, what a thing I can actually ask someone about that saw it. And he's like, yeah, I was actually just driving back to town from Seattle or some shit, and he's like it looked like a nuclear cloud in the sky. He said said it was the biggest cloud of smoke coming up I'd ever seen. He said it filled the whole entire sky everywhere. I'm like, that sounds like the most scary shit. So yeah, Mount St. Helens, big deal, big deal. Mushroom cloud size of like half the sky, some shit like that. Crazy. And I guess I have seen pictures of it, but I have to imagine seeing that in real life must be equal parts breathtaking and horrifying. Yo, Phantom Rose. Hey there. How's it going? I didn't cave. I did not cave. Okay, I didn't get the Christmas skins, okay? I didn't waste any money on Fortnite this month, okay? I was safe. They only released the SpongeBob character, okay? They didn't release Patrick, so I'm good. That's all I've got to report. If you guys can talk about Christmas a little bit. Went over to my in-laws. Went to mom and dad's, and Katie's sister was in town with my brother-in-law, and they have three kids. They've got 3 boys, so it's actually like how I grew up, because I was the middle of 3 boys that were all very close together in age, and they are 3 boys that are close together in age. So it's as you guys might imagine, it was just mostly them beating each other up the whole time, while Lewis, our golden retriever, wanted to get involved when it was time to grab the presents. Once they all started grabbing the presents, Lewis also went with them and grabbed the presents and started wagging his tail and bringing them around everywhere. It was so adorable. It was one of the cutest things I've ever seen. And yeah, so that was my Christmas. That was our Christmas. We just went over there. It was raining. It was actually very foggy and misty in Bellingham. So we basically just we left Silent Hill. We left Silent Hill. We went down to Burlington, had some White Claws with my mother-in-law, and then there was a train that got like held up in the middle of town, so we ended up waiting like probably 45 minutes to actually leave and go home, but Katie's like, everybody who grew up here knows this secret way to get out of town without having to deal with the railroad. And then it was, it was mostly just driving to the opposite side of town, as one does. So there you go. There you go. Man, this guy rushed for the immortal stuff too. So he's all bricked up on the defense. He's all bricked up. I think he's just gonna push us with immortals and kill us soon. So I will pretend for the sake of my audience that there is still hope in this game so that I don't have to watch 5 people ask me why I left the game after that attack failed. And then he will come over and kill me, and those people will instead say, why did you stay in the game and wait for that? And that will make me feel better, because it makes me feel like I'm willing to deal with difficult situations, so. I just gave you the next 2 minutes of the future, by the way, in case you guys were curious. Oh. Was there a secret other reality that I couldn't see because my head is so far up my ass? Where I just win? Damn. Okay. I could almost feel Kris Kringle's hand on my shoulder guiding me through that defense. Oh. Oh. Oh, and I went to help Katie close up the other night after the stream was over, and I watched how the Grinch stole Christmas at the bar with Katie and her colleagues, and it was a great time. It's a great time. There's some great people. Good times. Much wow. Very Christmas. Also, I think I told you guys this, but my mother-in-law did get me a tall boy of White Claw for Christmas again, and it was blackberry flavored. Just so we're all keeping score. Just so everybody's aware. Yeah, it's bad micro on my part. The problem was the Raven was done, and I was actually clicking the Raven. I was clicking the Raven there, and not the, not the Cyclones. So even though I was holding down the R key on the Prism, none of them were locking on because the Prism was like totally not in the spot, basically. It was trying to cast the Raven's lockdown ability, which I couldn't use because I didn't actually have any. I didn't actually research it. It wasn't done yet anyway. But yeah, so my Cyclones were actually just move commanding to that Prism, which allowed his Immortal to kill like most of them. So bit of a fuck up on that one. Just a little, just a smidge. Plus, the fact that he has Prism at all means we need to be strongly considering the possibility of getting lambasted with some sort of follow-up, right? Or harass, really. He could send the Prism in at any point. Damn. I do have my third still, so it's not all bad. It really is still somehow just a matter of surviving. Yeah. Well, this can be your life now. I'm dancing with my battle cruises. Oh, I did never get the armories. That's the biggest mistake, biggest problem right there. Yeah, you just stay right there, okay? You just give me all the time I need to recover from the trauma that you have put me through this game, all right? You just sit right there. You park it, young man. You park it. Bro, you wish you could get on my level. You wish. Oh, there you go. And then he teleports directly into that one, right? That's fine. He's only got so much money. Come on, baby. Bet you he doesn't even know I have that other base, too. Yeah, he's just gonna wait. He's just gonna wait down here for it forever, huh? Fine by me. No, this is his plan. Let's go. Base trade time. He did get a third, huh? Oh, that was his third base. If I had gotten the armories faster, I think we might have had a chance, but that was tough. That was a tough game. Let's go next. Yeah, it's so hard to micro the BCs with the extra latency, but it's something that I'm going to just hopefully get better at over time. Thank you, Attack Counter, for the 109 months. That's very kind of you. Appreciate it, bro. I mean, this guy rushed about as hard of a counter as he could have done with the Robo at the front of his base and 3 batteries, so I don't think we were in a good spot from the beginning, but if I hadn't misclicked on the Warp Prism earlier, I think we probably just win the game right there. So I just threw away too many of my units. That's all. If I don't make that misclick, I think we might win, but if any of you guys have a time machine, let me know. Good to see you, Val Scro. All right, we've got, is it TVT? Yeah, first TVT of the day. We're just going to play Europe ladder until we start getting rematches, and then we'll jump over to Korean ladder, because it's just going to get later and later over in Europe, but... Oh, see, there we go. See, you guys, we get a little free MMR boost back. I just got back all the MMR I lost for my Cyclones being mismicroed. Thank you. Thank you, random Terran player out there. Wow. What would we do? What would we do without him? What would we do? What would we do? That didn't really work, so what we should do is that. And then just do that. And then just do that. Perfect. Easiest TVT, dude. Easiest TVT of my life right there. Whew. I was ready to go, too. I was ready. I was all in my head like, man, I'm going to start this depot, then I'm going to have my depot SCV go check for that proxy. I was ready, man. I was ready for him to proxy me. I was ready to hit him with the Cyclone, snipe his third base from midair. Ugh. I was already daydreaming about the game I was about to have, like, as it was starting. It was beautiful. You guys didn't get to see it, but I hope you know it was beautiful. Yo, Dabro. Have a nice stream. Thanks, man. You too. God bless. Good luck to you as well. I do like to SCV scout even when I do a Reaper expand in TVZ because Reapers actually can't scout pool first or one base Roach. The Reaper cannot scout either of those builds. By the time it's halfway across the map, the Roaches are already at your front door and it's too late to adjust. So I like to SCV scout even if I'm planning on opening with a Reaper. Alright, we know it's Hatch first. I mean, technically I could send him back now, but it's nice to know if he took gas or not. Alright, so it'd be 2-base Roach probably. He's probably already got his third, has no ability to get link speed, so I can just put a bunker next to his third base, and then the Reaper, that should be able to force him to make a shit ton of slow lings that he can't do anything with because he didn't take gas, so... Yeah, no third at all. Well, no gas and no third. No gas and no third. That says everything. He's just going to take both gases at the same time once he saturates his main, and then he's going to build a Roach Warren. I have like 90% degree of confidence in this assessment. Yeah. Gonna guess he still hasn't taken gas yet, huh? Still none. Greedy, greedy boy. Where's the ninja base? You've gotta be trolling me. He's gonna make a big wall of engineering base at his front of his natural. Is that a radio reference? What do you mean, like the title of my stream being written out like a radio thing? Like 106.9 BCFM? Is that a radio reference? Like a reference to FM radio? Yes. If you're referring to something else that you know as radio, I don't think I'm familiar. I don't think I'm familiar. Yeah, see, he only just took his third, and now he's faking some gas. There's the Roach Warren, as predicted. As predicted, we knew exactly what he would be doing because he's literally doing one of, if not the most obvious strategies in all of StarCraft. This is where you just YOLO the Hellions because they don't matter. The whole goal is to basically get any number of drone kills. Yeah, that's actually great. It's great because, again, his plan is to only make a handful of drones and then build nothing but roaches for the rest of the game. Like, that's unironically what he's going to do here. That third base exists for larva and no other reason. He is just going to make a lot of roaches. That's what we are going to see. That's why I'm building this tank, even though it's slowing my build down a little. We're going to need siege tanks with this. But see, both BCs are on the way, and the tank is on the way. We'll get Yamato. It's not that important. I'll probably just put another bunker right here, YOLO. Happy holidays, Nathanias. Thanks for keeping the dream alive. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. In a 6-7 reference. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. My 7-year-old nephew said the funniest. He got me with the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. As a millennial who was bullied a lot as a kid, let me tell you, when someone wants me to do the up-down, you know, the high five and the low five and all of that, I'm pretty traumatized on that. You know, I can't trust anybody when it comes to that kind of thing. But he hit me with one I had never seen before. He said, it said down low, and then he said, reach up to heaven, and then I reached up, and then he said, 6-7. I just lost it. That was I had my first raw exposure anyway, I guess, to somebody doing that to me. That is yeah, that experience is, I guess, on a more consistent basis than I do. What a rush. What a rush. My 7-year-old nephew hit me with that. He was just sitting right next to me. I was opening up my my stocking from them. He's a pretty funny kid. He's quite witty. He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a problem one day for some folks. And I love that. I love that for him. Let me just... Sorry, I just wanted to grab that discount double check on your queens, bro. Let me grab that discount double check. Oh, wow. Wow, a roach counterattack. Nathanias, who could have seen this coming? Yawn. Is it in yet? Back in your day, memes were better? No, you were just more open-minded about things you didn't already believe. That's all. It's a pretty funny meme. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't even come close to targeting a group. I'd say it's a pretty dank meme, personally. Nathan always gets into fights with people in his chat because a lot of StarCraft fans are in their like 40s and 50s, and I'm 30 years old over here being like, guys, 20-year-olds aren't horrible people. You know that, right? Like, like you know that, right, guys? you know that. I hope you know that. I hope you don't hate everybody that's a Zoomer. That would be a sad way to live. Those guys would call me an old man, but it doesn't mean their humor is bad. Although I guess millennials, you know, we're a little more into absurdist type stuff. I definitely love that shit, so I really have, you know, that I should at least point my bias out. That's all. Should at least point out my bias. Oh yeah, baby. Oh, behave, baby, yeah. That's actually quite nice. Good day, my mate Nate. Yo, what's up, what's up? You squishing Zergs on the ladder again? Oh, you know me. You know how we do. How it's done. It's been 18 hours since you saw the sun. You got to get out. What, do you live in Alaska? I'm just trying not to Yamato my own battlecruisers this game, really. In case you're wondering what my strategy is. It's just to lose slightly more gracefully than the previous time. Repair costs money, right? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. No, this guy's actually playing the exact same way as that Zerg we played earlier today, right? He's gonna actually let this one drag on. But I'm in a quite good mood. I don't mind. I don't mind if the Zergs drag games out against me for another couple weeks. I spent most of December playing endless Terran versus Protoss, yeah. But this guy, I think this is the same Zerg we played earlier today, because he's doing the exact same stuff too. It is almost pixel perfect copy of the Zerg we played earlier. The other giveaway is that he sends like 2 or 3 overlords to the base instead of just 1. He like has this weird preempting thing in case I have a turret already or something like that, or a Widow Mine. The difference between this game and that game, as far as like things that benefit me, much better base situation, much better situation with the bases. And again, his only real move is with the corruptors, right? So All I have to do is not build pure BC. I just have to be willing to basically mix in like 20 cyclones and like maybe 5 or 6 tanks, and he'll never be able to get rid of enough of his corruptors to transition into something else. But this is what he wants. This is what he wants the game to be like, so this is what we're gonna do. That's why he opened with no gas at the very beginning of the game. He had no gas at all. When do I switch to Liberators for anti-corruptor? Liberators are really bad against corruptors. Feel free to disagree with me on anything I say here. This show is for entertainment purposes. But I think Liberators are shit against corruptors. Well, he showed me in our previous games that he will build enough corruptors to be able to just fly over my base to kill my BCs, right? We already know that about him. So we just have to respect him, take him seriously, and he's gonna just be stuck. He'll just be stuck all game. His whole plan is just gonna be hoping I fly into his corruptors and don't TP out in time. That's it. Oh yeah. See, that's what he wants to do though. He's just gonna turtle. He's gonna turtle with a handful of infestors and all these corruptors. And he does not have another plan. But as a Terran player, I have a secret option out of this. I have a secret option. I have a secret tool we can exploit, and there's nothing he can do about it, because I can get rid of all my SCVs eventually, and then I can have battlecruisers and Thors, and he can have fun trying to figure out how he's gonna somehow have 50 supply of corruptors and 300 supply of roaches. Oh, there he's coming. Is this his first real attempt at an offensive? Does he think I'm gonna stop building tanks? Is he getting angry? Is he getting angry? Where's your infestors? Where's your corruptors? Nowhere, right? There you go. But that's his plan. So we can transition into a somewhat more traditional mech army, and he literally is just playing this such a passive style. He can't do anything. He has no ability to put pressure on us. He has absolutely no ability to put pressure on us at all. Go ahead, waste your fungals on individual Hellions. Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that for me, bitch? There you go. Yeah, fungal Hellions. Fungal spread out Hellions inside of your base. That's all he's got. He's got nothing but Thors. He's got absolutely nothing but corruptors. It's beautiful. Beautiful. I still have too many SCVs, so we'll just continue to get rid of those. We will just continue to cycle through our SCVs. No problemo. Yeah, this is exactly how the other guy did it too, though. Step for step. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You tried. You tried. He's funny, though. He's funny. Sweet nothing. It's all I want from you. Look at that. He's becoming my turret daddy, too. So many corruptors. Well, I don't see the Nidus inside my main base, so I'd say we're almost there, boys. I would say we are there. Let's see it, baby girl. What you got? What you got? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got to know I do that, dude, because I'm rock and roll. Why don't you keep putting overlords on all my bases like a little bitch boy? You couldn't stop my push or thorns, but you will be here dragging it out like a whore. He's getting there. He's getting there. Oh, yeah, that's right, bitch. That's right. You just lost to Nathanias. Ow. Damn. Let me hand you this golden double platinum L, sir. Complimentary on the way out. When I landed this base and I saw the Lings running across the mini-map, as soon as it's like, he didn't even look at it. He didn't even look at it. That command center was there for half the push. But the moment I sent the SCVs there and dropped the mules, I saw the Lings on the mini-map like that. Teleported my BCs there. Dude rage quits. Incredible. Incredible game. Ah. Dude turtled harder than maturin'. You know what I'm saying? What were the upgrades? Oh, you see, there you go. He only had +2 carapace for his broodlords, and that was probably the entire reason he lost. Got him. What a game. Let me rename that one. Let's say little bitch Zerg -1. There we go. Now, the answer to a game like that is to just do what I did. Just go into Thors. You build 10 Thors. What is a guy with 50 corruptors going to do? Riddle me this, chat. What does a man with 50 corruptors do? You brought tears to my eyes. I got you, Archon King. I got you. He loses. That's right. That's right. I would have also accepted a Batman movie reference. You could have said he lies still. Even though it doesn't really make any sense. I just really like that movie, so you can't go wrong making movie references in this chat. Sorry if I pulled back the curtain a little bit there. It's like the easiest way to score bonus points with the teacher. Am I liking BCs more again? Honestly, I just make up a different answer every time somebody asks me why I do something. So if you want, I could give you like a fake answer explaining why I'm building more BCs than I was last week, but you could make up literally anything. I don't think about this kind of stuff. So when people ask me about it, I usually just have to lie because I don't have anything. Some days I just wake up and I'm like, I've been building BCs for 3 months straight. I'm going to make Thors today. And then someone in my chat will be like, "Are battlecruisers awful now? What happened?" And I'm like, I don't know. My ball itched a little weird today, so I just didn't build battlecruisers. Like, consult the Oracle about that if you need to. But I took a break. You might notice that I took a break from building battlecruisers. Yes, that was because I was building battlecruisers every single game for months on end. And at some point, I will probably take another break from building battlecruisers whenever I get bored of them again. I can't tell you when that'll be, though. I can't tell you when that'll be. If I knew that, I would use that ability on, like, I don't know, copper futures or some shit. Look at this guy. Look at him go. Look at this guy. He's crazy. Look at this man. He is absolutely bonkers. Like, this is some crazy shit for someone to do. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, that's just crazy. I mean, what can you do here, right? I mean, I feel like that's gotta be game. I have no idea how I could stop this at this point, right? I guess I could pull everything up and try to get rid of his, like, high ground vision, but he'll probably send another probe at some point. Yeah, I'm just gonna GG. I think that's just it. Well executed rush. Very well executed rush. Cheeky cannons, yeah. Hey, I don't waste time whining about that stuff anymore. I just say, great rush, good job, go next. That's it. The same reason why I don't spend my time screaming at the guy who turns without his signal on, and I could get really upset about that, but why? Why would I? All right, we got another Zerg player though. This is my favorite thing, though, because all the Protoss games are always terrible, but there are so many less Protoss players on Europe than there are NA, so I spend most of my time playing TVZ. Even if it's a troll just dragging the game out for 30 minutes, it's like way better than playing non-stop TVP on NA, so I'm still very happy. If I have to get cannon rushed every 30 games as a tax, I want you to know, Jesus, Lord and Savior, I am completely fine with that. You cannon rush me, lash me as much as you need to. Are you prisoned inside a TV? Damn, that would be a lot cooler than reality. Is my wife trapped in here with me? Can we both? I don't really want to do that to her, but like, what are the rules, you know? Getting trapped inside a television sounds like a fun afternoon. But like, as long as it's not longer than that, really. I got stuff to do. I just want to get my factory really quickly and then take off most of my gas. This way I can just do like a super fast Hellion build. And as long as he's not doing a roach rush, we'll be okay. But that being said, I expect to see some level of variety in our games today, so he does not have to do a standard boring strategy by any means. Just like Cannon Rush Guy, you know, I could have played a crappy 30-minute TVP where he just crushes me with mass stalkers, right? Instead, he gave me the sweet release of a quick death, so... Nice. Looks like Hatch first. Does he have gas? Let's see if he's got a third rolling. What's up, Nate? Yo, Giovanni, what's going on? Happy Friday? Today's Friday. Today's Friday. Yes, yes, yes. Happy Friday. Hope you guys all had a great Christmas, or whatever it is you do on December 25th. You little freaks. Now, see, if you were a Lady Gaga fan, you'd think that was a compliment. It's not my fault it's not my fault I'm a little monster. Evo Chamber. He's got a minimal amount of speedlings. No lair. What do you think? He's not going to do a Ling all-in while I'm doing reactored Hellions, so... Oh, he did end up going into roaches. Good boy, I guess. No, the reason why that last long TVZ went well And since this could just be the same guy again, because I haven't seen any difference in anything that the Zergs have done today yet. Especially since we had no link speed again, right? No link speed from this guy, straight into roaches. We'll keep our eye on how many overlords he decides to constantly try to keep parked around all of my bases, but that'll be, you know, that'll be a pretty big indicator as well. You wish. But yeah, one of the big things there was the armory. Having the armory is so big. He tried, though. Tried to kill me right there. Right then and there. There's the F2. F2's everything to this guy, by the way. Pretty clear F2 abuse. Yeah, your queens can damage my battlecruiser as much as you want. As long as you don't kill it, right? That's all I care about. Yeah, I got, what, 13 drones? I got 13 drones for that. 13 of them. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. He comes over the moment I step out. Yeah, I'm not surprised there. He's in tune. I do think it's the same guy. We'll just have to see if he says LOL once I finish with beating his ass. That'll be the last indicator left. Yeah, he doesn't leave units behind these bases either, right? It's just he just shows up. He just shows up when I show up. He just shows up when I show up. Oh, there we go. Would you like to donate anything else? Oh, there it is! There it is! There it is! Yeah, it's him! It's him! It's Angry Boy! Angry Boy is here. Uh-oh! Somebody needs his baba and Kraft macaroni and cheese! Kraft macaroni and cheese! Incredible. Incredible. Ah. I get wet at the thought of you sending in Hydras to die. Treating my BCs like you're supposed to do. The Yamato only needs one try. We love to see that, don't we? We do. We love to see that. I didn't even get Yamato. What am I doing? What am I doing? What in tarnation? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Now, we don't mind fighting him a little bit, but we do want to play the edge. Because we don't want him to be able to have all of his guys attack at once, more or less. So the idea here is, and if he's got 2 armies, don't hit and stay in the middle and fight both. Just fight one. And now by the time his Hydras get over here, we're moving on to his next base. Find out just how many tiers a man can hold in his ducts. What a funny game. What an absolutely funny game. Are you the angry Zerg from earlier? Please stand up. Will the real angry Zerg please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up. Will the real angry Zerg please stand up? My fair lady. Bro, what are you doing, man? You just letting me have all your drones, dude. What are you doing? What are you doing? Bro, what are you doing, man? Bro, that's not how you play. You can't let all your units die. What are you doing, man? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Salty Zerg tears, guys. That's fine. Relocate. Yeah, feel free. Feel free to just take that too. Take that planetary. It's all good. It's all good. Genuinely not concerned whatsoever. Yep. Oh, what else? Did Salt Lord have anything else going on? No, no other bases. No burrowed units. Did he even leave any units around the map for vision? Like 2? Maybe? These might have... He was using F2 the whole game, right? So actually he didn't leave anything out. No overlords. No burrowed units. He just F2'd his shit wherever. Crazy. Crazy. We can see his control groups if we switch to his perspective, right? What were his control groups? Yeah, see? His whole army on 1. What was this? What was... He had 5 Hydras selected away from his regular army. But that's it. He just used F2. He didn't even have a control group with his army in it. That tells you everything. He didn't even control group his army. That is wild. Thank you, though. Thank you for the great game. Thank you for entertaining my audience. I appreciate it. Good luck next time. BC's so broken. The Zerg did everything perfect. I know. He picked Zerg and built queens, and he didn't just win the game. Mind-boggling. And for those of you who don't know, that just means it boggles the mind. Fun fact. Again, the fact that it's Friday keeps taking me out of it. I'm like, is there football on? Is there something today? Something happening today? Is there anything interesting happening today? And it's like, no. I'm like, okay. It felt like a Saturday. It felt like a Saturday. This is the Grandmaster Zerg from last time? This is the Grandmaster Zerg I played earlier? Hell yeah. Yeah, see, like I said, guys, I'm already playing against European GMs. This is my second ladder sesh, yo. That Zerg player needs to get better, even if he gave a great game. Yeah. That's true. To be fair, that's always the answer. The answer is always that you can play better. Unless you're an NFL quarterback competing with Tom Brady, then you should probably give up. And I hate Tom Brady. Absolutely. One of the, he is my sleep paralysis demon. I don't like cutting SCVs, so it depends on what this guy sees, but I think my scout just went out a little bit late this game. It is pool first. Which is why I like to go for the depot and delay the orbital, because it smooths out the production. If you delay the orbital by like 1 SCV and you just start your depot immediately in TVZ, if you don't know like whether you're gonna need stuff, getting the depot instead of anything else, like all these builds have like a supply block built into them. But you can basically just say, he might be cheesing me. I want to build Marines and SCVs nonstop, and in order to do that, the only thing you have to delay is, yeah, it's mostly just if you cut that 17th or 18th SCV out. A lot of people will cancel the SCV to make the orbital, but if you don't cancel it and you let the orbital if you let the SCV finish and you build anything else with that money, then you usually can't afford to build the orbital immediately. So just because I did a late SCV scout, I thought that that would probably be the smartest thing to do, to just get the depot, finish the SCV, start one more, get the Marine production rolling along in case there's links headed to my base. And because especially when you do a gasless opener, you're very, one of the things that pops this build, you don't even need banelings. Some people think you need them, but just speedlings. I mean, if 25 speedlings surrounded this bunker right now, the game is over. So it's absolutely something that can work. And of course, I'm about to take that win condition away from him. Now he would need banelings. Okay. Just wanted to know how much he had. Not too much. Zerg Rush is a thing for a reason. Amen. Amen. His name has Bash in it twice. Is he a terminal user? Sorry, the terminal program, not like he's terminal. Sorry if I wasn't clear there. Oh, no one was thinking that? My bad. Actually, all systems are go. You got a Spire on the way yet, big boy? No, just another hatch. Just a little macro hatch. You try to limit your thinking as much as possible. Yeah, we know all about that over here, so I get you. Is he getting Bane speed yet? Okay, so he has his lair. He just hit his lair. His lair is at like his 4th or some shit? I have no idea. I have no idea where he's hiding his lair, but he's got one. For sure. Oh, beautiful. He ran these queens in at the best possible time. Nope. How about we don't drive that way, babe? Do I want to go into Queen Canyon or save Third Road? Decisions. Yeah, let's see what you got, Mr. Bane Buster. Oh, shit. Turns out he had a lot. Oh! I tried, boys. We do still have this battlecruiser. We still got another 2 on the way. So we're not really out of it by any means. He wasted so much to do that too. Always important to keep in mind, right? He gave everything he had to basically just kill some of our SCVs. So he got 1 tank and a handful of SCVs from our 3rd base. Nothing else, so it's not that bad. Losing 1 battlecruiser does suck. And I fully expect him, the moment that these BCs move out, I fully expect him to just do it again. Fully expect him. So we'll just prepare for that. Actually, this is the ideal if my guys can be here for it. That makes life easier, actually. Now I think I can move out because he just did that, so. There we go. Yeah, he's already running. Hell yeah. This guy's playing. I think we got another angry Zerg here. But he's got a good thing going, right? With his 5,000 Banelings in my third base every minute. He's got a lot of Banelings per minute. He's got a lot of Banes per minute. Notice how he has nothing out here, by the way. But I'm going to leave my base now, and there's going to be something that hits within, what, stream delays time worth? He does have some lings out on the map, so I think this is the first thing he's done to differentiate himself from the other Zergs. He was ready for that, though. He was just sitting out there for it, so. At least that lines up with our expectations. Yeah, I'll take that. We take those. Technically, this is why you would go into like Thors or Cyclones and not just make BCs and Mines. But I'm not here to win games. I'm here to have a good time. So as long as he plays along. What I probably should have tried to do is get another base on the side like while this was happening. But I do think we're probably dead this time. He's jumped on everything I've done pretty quickly, so I don't have a lot of moves. Yeah, probably better just making Hellions, right? I don't think we'll be able to transition, but I should try to respect the intelligence of my viewers and build some other units. We'll see. We'll see if we can get away with anything. But he's on it. He's on it big time. Yeah, he had his Corruptors waiting there on the side, too. There's the Flood. There's the Link Flood. Oh, see, he wants the Corruptors to eat them now, so he can get more of his Lings in, that's all. It's beautiful, though. I don't think there were any units on the left side, but he did come in as soon as the BCs went out, so. I think that's game. Let's go next. It was, yeah. That was the big difference, right? Pool first. Super fast pool. And he did have some lings out on the map. I did not check if he actually had his army on control group, but that would be, if I was like paranoid, I'd probably check that next. Battlecruiser FM, hell yeah, thanks, man. Sometimes it's just nice to watch the mines blow stuff up, even if I can't get the dub, too. A lot of this is just a lot of this is also just farming clips for my YouTube shorts. I have to admit that as well. Unfortunately, it's hard to, it's hard to grow a niche audience when you only do the, the most boring thing possible. So this might be boring to some people, but I'm trying. I'm trying in my little way here to keep it interesting. Grandmaster European Zerg, guys. We are already at Grandmaster in Europe. We are already there. We are already there. How nice is that? Literally already playing Grandmasters. Just noticed your gamer tag. Who's your Super Bowl pick? I always say Lamar Jackson every year, but he's cooked, right? That's not happening. I don't know who I want to win, to be honest. I have to look at the teams I like. Probably Seattle. I think I probably want Seattle to win. My other options are like New England, Buffalo, the Broncos. It's gonna be like the first playoffs without the Chiefs in it since 2014, I think they said. Yeah, I'd like the Seahawks to win. It would be a pretty great redemption arc for Sam Darnold if he left the Jets and got a Super Bowl like that. I mean, he had his own little journeyman journey. Him and Baker Mayfield. How are the Bucks doing, actually? How is Baker? Is he safe? Is he all right? I feel like I heard about him getting hurt a few weeks ago. Baker Mayfield could win the Super Bowl. I'd like that too. I would like for Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield to win the Super Bowl. That's my official answer. It looks kosher. I think we're okay, yeah. You swear you're not from Chicago? I expect all of you guys to cheer for your own teams. That would be silly if you didn't. My brother-in-law is a Packers fan, and we were watching the Detroit-Minnesota game, and he's like, my least favorite thing is to watch games where it's two of the teams I hate the most playing each other, but I still want one of them to win. So that was, yeah. It's tough out here. Trevor Lawrence about to win MVP. You know, I like Trevor Lawrence. He can win the Super Bowl too. That's fine. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. How can you dislike Mr. Sunshine? Is that T-Law's nickname? Is that his nickname? I like that. But, I mean, you look at Trevor Lawrence, he's still quite serviceable. Quite serviceable. A few years into the league, he's still out there hustling, bustling, busting big deals, dancing backwards in high heels. You know, he's really getting it done. Their team has some ups and downs, but I think if you're a Jags fan and you watch him, you do feel like he's giving it his best effort, and I do feel like you get to see, some nice talent on display. Do Jaguars fans feel like, is it a thing among Jag fans that like there's a dissenters of people who want to move on from Trevor Lawrence? Because that would be like mind-boggling in my mind. I think there's still a lot of like organizational, maybe structural issues with Jacksonville but I felt like ATN was only him for like 1 or 2 years. I don't feel like he's had quite... I felt like he had a better supporting cast when he first got into the league, and it's gotten a little bit worse, but he's gotten better. And at the end of the day, the quarterback's like the position that matters the most, right, for winning anyway, so... Quarterback is like, for you nerds out there that don't know sports, it's like audio. Nobody cares really about like the inner workings of it. And when it's really amazing, you can kind of tell. But mostly it's when it doesn't work that everything goes to shit immediately. Like if the audio doesn't work, like, you know, barn's coming down in flames. So you literally can't do the video without audio. There's no video choice you can make filming something if there's no sound. Trust me. Trust me, I know this better than literally anybody. Sincerely, another all-pro first-round player traded away in his prime because we literally could not utilize him. YOLO, bro. YOLO. You're Grandmaster. I'm not supposed to win this. I have no hope. The whole entire idea is to just do whatever and then say I played a GM. Everybody says NA players are bad. So if I'm playing a European GM and I lose, nobody is going to make fun of me for that. This is all gravy for me, dude. Let's dance. Let's keep dancing. There's nothing bad that can come from me losing to a really good player on my stream. Look at that. I mean, he is really good. His stuff's in a great spot. It's true. Look at that. He's super ready. All right, let's double armories. Let's go up. Let's get more starports. Let's do it. You see how many spores he had ready for that? Bro might be him. Uh-oh. GG. Guys, I lost to one of the top European players in the game. No whining coming from me. I think I only hit him because he was playing unranked, but he probably wanted to play against me in that case, which is an even higher honor. It's an even higher honor. If you want me to feel bad about losing to you, you got to get on your like brand new platinum account that's also got provisional MMR. And then you'll be able to hit me with it. There's no explaining away that. From a European who knows nothing about the sport, what's the best player in the league? Anyone similar to Brady? No. There's no one in the NFL right now that's even close to Brady. As far as like overall talent at their position goes, maybe we've got like another Randy Moss and Justin Jefferson. I think he might be the most like talented. I think of him as a player that makes incredible high effort, high talent plays, but his team's kind of gone down the shitter a little bit too. So didn't they draft a guy who got hurt, or their backup got hurt or something? They've had some issues. But I wouldn't say that what he's doing is really anything close. So he's more of like a prototype that is pretty functional, but you're not exactly getting the game-wrecking results either. So Tom Brady is probably like, the NFL doesn't have anybody who's ever gotten close to Wayne Gretzky level of separation and skill. But if there was somebody, probably Tom Brady. I'd say Brady's the closest our sport has to like a Wayne Gretzky-esque type player. But there's not really many players that touch him in terms of the longevity of his success at the highest level and his ability to win the hardest games. So plus most people who watch football now are watching like literally 20 years of them trying to reduce injuries and concussions and all of that. Like, there's a lot of that. But back then, like when Brady started playing and stuff, there were pretty much no rules in how you could hit somebody. Game was a little different. Game was a little different back when Ray Lewis was on the field. Game was a little bit different. You're too sweet for me. James Harrison, scary dude. You're talking about the Vikings, the Vikings cornerback that made multiple people retire? Yeah, there's some scary folks out there. He wanted to hurt people. Oh yeah, there are players. If you watch the sport, I mean, tell me none of you can name the Bills' defensive player that has given half the league concussions and has also been fined multiple times for trying to basically kill people on the field. I mean, there are some players who love to hit dirty, that's for sure. Actually, no, I'm thinking of Harrison Smith, I think. But he also, I mean, he was, yeah, there's a couple. Trey Flowers is another one. He hurt a lot of people in the league. Trey Flowers is the guy that ended Carson Wentz's career. Dude hit him so fucking hard and took him out of their playoff run, and he was literally never the same again. The Steelers linebacker, oh yeah. Well, Steelers had a lot of mean guys, but they also had. I mean, the funny thing is, there's examples of people who hit really hard that aren't dirty hitters too. Just to be clear, a great example of that, I don't think of Troy Polamalu as a guy that was trying to hurt anybody out there, but he was also easily one of, if not the scariest person on the field most of the time. Troy Polamalu is that guy you want on your team in the zombie apocalypse, because you know, absolutely regardless of the odds, the man will never give up and will find a way if there is one. Weapon X, yeah. How can you not love? How can you be born in the 90s and not love Troy Polamalu? Well, Nathan, I'm a Ravens fan. Okay, we get it. Team rivalries. I'm a Jets fan over here telling you no one in NFL history has gotten close to Brady, okay? If I can be man enough to say that, you guys can all open up about your insecurities too. That's all. Oh my god, see? All these SCVs, they were just stuck there instead of mining. So that's kind of why I didn't have the support there. I'll repair these guys, send the workers home, and just try and take the dub. Okay.
What's going on? You got coordinates or what? You got coordinates or what? Nothing. What? Huh?
Well, we basically broke his economy, right? We've got double orbital. He's got double nexus. His tech is pretty rudimentary. He's got blink and a robo. Nothing crazy. To be fair, that is actually all he needs for the rest of the game. He doesn't need to research anything else to win this, but that's not anything like fancy. No DTs, no Prism. Prism could come though. Prism is a pretty natural follow-up to this. So we'll just see what he does. I'm really pleased with myself though. I haven't played on the European ladder in years, and I'm already playing GMs every other game, which is just really nice. Just wanted to make sure I could get those ones. Yeah, see though, now I took out a pretty sizable amount of his stalkers, most of them really. You scared? I really hope there were two immortals in there. That would be pretty hilarious. Now, moving outside of my base is like the riskiest thing I can do here. But that's okay. Wow, I ran into a probe there, too. What's he hiding? What are you hiding, big boy? Nothing. Okay, he doesn't have anything. We're going into cruisers, as you may find shocking. But note, there's no obs out here. There's no no units that are spotting. The closest we have to that is basically just the yeah, this probe right here. I guess this is it. I'm not sure that was for spotting though. I think he's thinking about an attack, maybe. That looks more like a build a pylon for a push probe. We'll see. Yeah, you like throwing stuff away, don't you? Not a big conservationist, I see. Not a big conservationist, hey, hey. Wow, imagine if it was that easy, huh? No, no way to run.
Comms open.
Upgrade ready. Noise.
Well, he was ready for that, huh?
Shrek is a Christmas movie.
Well, let's try something else. I don't know how long it's going to take for this guy to kill me, because he's been kind of slow, but I'll keep trying different shit. I promise. I'll keep trying different stuff. The one thing we know is he doesn't build detection at all, so that's kind of... Oh, did the streamer base work? He's just going right for it with no vision? Yeah, there we go. Show me. Show me how much of a dirty, dirty girl you are, huh? Horrible. Horrible. He's got this... He's got a little squad waiting over here, too. Oh, yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. He's trolling. Let's go next. He's just having a giggle. Let's go next. Thank you, Katie, for the 78. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, yeah, look, he's like 500 higher than us, too. That's another GM. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, he was playing with his food there a little bit. Katie says, Shrek is a Christmas movie. There you go, guys. It does end. It does end with the gingerbread man saying, God bless us, everyone. So. All right, it's going to get late. It's going to get really late in EU. So we'll probably switch over to Korea soon. I have not gotten, like, rematches against anybody yet, so I know that I've made some jokes about our Zerg opponents all basically playing the same, which is definitely a theory, but at least they're not on the same name, so it's easier for me to, like, compartmentalize each opponent. But once we start running into somebody, like, 2 or 3 times, we'll switch servers. But the longer that we can last on Europe, the more people will log on to Korea. And the easier it'll be for us to get matches when we go to Korea. But the earlier I switch servers, the less people will be on there, so. We getting cannon rushed? No, he's just chilling with his probe. He's not doing anything crazy. He's not doing anything crazy. I can micro. That's fine. Can have a little giggle. We can have some fun. That sub noise is killing me. Which one is it? Is that the cat sound? That's my favorite. The cat sound is one of my favorite sub alerts we've ever had on this channel. I love that meme. It's a good one. Not a lot of subtext to it, thankfully. Yeah, I had so the Mario 64 star sound is for people subbing on YouTube. try to go for something pleasant and a little bit less trolly, since hypothetically speaking, you know, like 30 people could all follow the YouTube stream in a row, which is reasonable. But putting a funnier sound on like the financial support stuff is a little bit more sensible, because A, less hard to spam, B, you can't complain, because anybody that subscribes to the stream is like, you know, they're subsidizing it for the rest of you guys, so they deserve the funnier shit, no offense. No offense. Yeah. Let's do our little Cyclone opener this time. I'm not going to double factory rush him, because that's all we've done today, so. You can't believe the Trinity Killer is Lord Farquaad. It's all coming together. That was probably the biggest reveal for me this year when we started, when we binged 5 seasons of Dexter this summer. Good times, good times. Guys, is Dexter worth watching after dies? Honestly, is it worth watching? But yeah, if you guys have ever seen Dexter, the Trinity Killer is literally the Lord Farquaad guy. Spoiler. Nope, not really. Oh my god, thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. That's a shame. Should I skip then straight to the like resurrection show, or is that too much though? Should I just give up? Should I just say it's over and just say the first 5 seasons was it? I guess that's probably, because I wasn't sure if we needed to watch the rest so that we could watch Resurrection. That was, you know, I just don't want to ruin my own viewing experience. More or less, really, that's about it. Kind of lost its appeal though after that happened. Yeah, exactly. So, well, everybody in chat agrees it's not really worth. So, it's nice to know. The guy who plays Dexter's dad, you guys know Harry. His actor is like a military guy in the spin-off It show that they did. And I got so many memes of this part where he like basically tries to talk to Pennywise more or less before he gets brutally murdered. And all the comments are always, it's always like some caption where it's like, Harry trying to teach DeWise the code. And I'm just like, I just really appreciate that anybody who's ever seen Dexter references it everywhere that I have ever, anywhere. It's unavoidable if you get close to any of that, which is beautiful. They got a good community of shit posters. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They've got a good community of shit posters. All right, his blink is done. Now, see, the weakness of single factory builds, you guys are going to see it this game, but there's a pretty good chance that he can kill me with the Stalker counterattack, and normally my double factory build can kind of hold that. But this is one of those builds where you're a lot flimsier, because one factory production it's just not good enough to defeat 3-gate. Like, one factory doesn't beat 3-gate. But most of the Protoss players go 4-gate, and that makes it even harder. So he's got a lot of Stalker production, and I have basically no production. So this is just one of those situations where we're going to try and float this third base out and just kind of steal it, you know, like stealing third. If you guys have ever seen this weird little sport called baseball. Just going to try and steal third base. But basically, we like feign this inability. It's like the Carol from Walking Dead strategy. We just kind of feign that we don't really have any way to do-si-do with him. He pokes our natural for 5,000 years, and hopefully by the time he cracks us or checks the third, it's already too late and he couldn't stop me, etc., etc. So that's the game plan. But just to be clear, the double Cyclone build is my favorite, and it's the best opener in TVP. I just played like multiple TVPs in a row, So I'm going to start doing different builds for no reason at all. I don't want you guys to have to watch the same game 10 times straight. It's not going to happen. All right? I got you. Good night, everyone. Keep up the good work, Nate. Peace from EU. Thanks, man. Keep fighting the good fight. All right? Much love. Much love to my European brothers out there. Stay based. Yeah, at this point, we just go straight, right? Straight to upgraded air. But he's not scouting, right? He's not sending anything. He's not looking. So he either has an idea already in his head or what he's going to do, or he's just watching and he's just waiting for us to leave our base. But there's very little reason why he would just sit out like this and not send in a hallucinated Phoenix or try with a Prism or poke with Stalkers. It's because he clearly doesn't need information, right? And observers would be useless in this scenario because I have Ravens. So we already know that he doesn't have any observers because my Raven would reveal it and we would kill it. So that's about it. I think, yep, there we go. So now he's got a sizable force that he has waiting outside. We'll just have to see how that does. But I figured either he's all-inning us or he is just watching and waiting for us to leave our base. So both of those pretty likely. Usually the only way to tell is if they say something really rude. Like out or whatever, but I don't think we're going to deal with that. Trying to hold this, but I don't think we're going to be able to. I've got 5 Banshees on the way. I've got 5 Banshees coming in hot. Oh, see, there, and then there's the Prism inside. GG, there you go. Not much we can do there. The Protoss players will keep us from getting our MMR too high, thankfully. So I don't think all of our games will be against Grandmasters that we can't beat. I should lose most of my TVP just because of the matchup, right? So they'll help balance us out. We'll probably go on win streaks in TVZ and TVT and loss streaks in TVP. I think that's the best way to play the game these days. Oh, there you go. Boom. Like I said, my win rate in TVT will be really high because lots of Terrans who play me will just leave instantly because they don't want to play TVT. So then the Protoss players will beat us down, and then the Terran versus Zerg games should be like, those should be the best ones because they won't give me free wins. A lot of them will be like trying really hard, and Zerg doesn't have that many cheese, so they can't like kill me instantly the way most Protoss players can, which helps a lot too. So we'll just keep going. But the Terrans and the Zergs will keep my MMR high, and the Protoss players will keep me from hitting GM, which is completely fine. That's a lot of pressure. Your win rate in TVP is insane. You improved a lot this season. You went from 15 to 25%. Congrats, bro. Congratulations. Yeah, I got the same guy, so let's do a 1 base all in. I'm gonna guess that this guy's gonna do exactly what he did, right? Minimal scout, build a shit ton of batteries, rush blink and 4-gate, and then do immortal charge lot all in after that. So I'm gonna guess we're just gonna see the exact same thing from him. So I don't really know that if he's watching or playing this well without any information. I think the easiest thing to do instead of going down a conspiracy theory rabbit hole is to just cheese him, and then I don't have to think about it. So let's go back to the more interesting conversation subject. Did you guys say there was a football game tomorrow? Is there a game Saturday this week? Can I watch football tomorrow, or is that not a thing? I think the last thing I got to watch was that Paul guy get his jaw broken on TV. That was fantastic. Oh, he's trying a lot harder with his probe scout this game, huh? Yeah, see, that's his way of responding to what we've said. Texas versus Chargers. Yo, what? Oh my God. Okay, tomorrow's gonna be great. Katie has tomorrow off, so that's nice. That's nice. She's I think she's heading in like 30 minutes. He wants a react. Look how much he wants a reaction from us, by the way. Find me on Cameo, okay? You want to talk? You can sub in the chat like anybody else. You say the Texans will win that one, but it'll be close. I mean, Texans Chargers is a great game. The Texans are absolutely one of the most fun teams to watch. I haven't been able to catch as many of their games this year, but I'm a really big fan of CJ Stroud. I think he's awesome. Watching him play will be nice. But the Chargers, you know, they've been a little bit here and there with Herbert. I mean, I feel like Herbert never really reached the potential that I saw from him in his first 2 years. But he also had some pretty bad injuries. And he was playing this year with, like, his, like, hand in a cast, right? Like, he was... They said that they had to change the way that they were even doing their handoffs and shit because of how much of a pain in the butt that is, more or less. No, this guy's just tilted that he's not going to be able to mess with me because I'm just going to rush him with Cyclones and leave if it doesn't kill him. So that's why he asked me if I always build Cyclones, because I think he's just trying to get in my head, honestly. If his goal is to troll me and I play him like I'm a bot, then there's nothing he can really do to me anymore. So that's how I handle this shit. All I have to do is play like a bot. So let's do it. He's just going to give me some good practice on my Cyclone Micro. That's his purpose. That's his purpose, guys, to help me work on my Cyclone Micro. He has volunteered so graciously. He's volunteered so graciously. Whatever it takes. Yeah. I told you I'd break him. I told you. You built those 3 gateways and you actually can't afford to use them. They're all depowered. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Beautiful. Guys, has a single person GG'd me today? No. These moral grandstanders won't even follow their own rules. What a pity. What a pity. GG. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. Team even went Cybercore first. Straight to Blink, and then 4 gateways. He went up to 7. He went up to 7. Oh, wait, no. I killed his gateway in his natural, didn't I? I think I killed 2 or 3 of his gates. That actually might be my fault. That might be my fault. California and New York have like 10 teams. Oh, yeah. People love to argue over that. People love arguing over that. All right. I am going to take my first and only break of today's show. We are about 3 hours in, and I just want to go give my wife a kiss before she goes off to work. So I'm going to take 2 to 3 minutes. Grab yourself a beverage, beer, I don't know, emergency naked mole rat, whatever it is that, you know, helps keep you grounded to reality. Oh, and check out my highlight reel, be right back screen. There you go. If it's completely impossible to watch, I could put it off to either side. But just give me your reviews on that in the chat. Thanks. Maybe the BRB letters themselves could just give a little more space to that. All right. I'm just trying to get some cool shit here again. There we go. There we go. Just a little bit more. I'll be right back. Wow, guys, Nathan was gone for like 500 years. Can you believe that I left you for 500 years? Also, my understanding is that the Packers are not in danger. I'm pretty sure the Packers are already in now, right? Because the Lions lost. So it's going to kind of be a dumpster game, isn't it? $500 nano years, exactly. It's gonna be a little bit of a dumpster game, I think. No offense to just to be clear, I'm a Lamar Jackson homer. I love Lamar Jackson. Also really like Derrick Henry, but I wouldn't call myself a Ravens fan. I was also a Derrick Henry fan. I actually have, there's only one jersey. That's not true. Someone also sent me a Tom Brady jersey as an insult. But there's only one player's jersey I own that's not a Jets player that I like. And I do have a Tennessee Titans Derrick Henry jersey. All of my memories of Derrick Henry using men as pushing blocks in that epic playoff run will always be when he was on the Titans. So, but yeah, I mean, if there's no Lamar, and the Ravens can't. What is the Ravens playoff situation? They're out, right? Like, they have to be. I feel like Lamar's been hurt half the season. There's no way. Right? TVP feels so bad to play as the Terran. I think Terran versus Protoss, like, the storm change and stuff, it didn't change anything. It's like I said, the biggest problem is that the early game pressure and the economic gap between Protoss and Terran at the start, like, that's where the issue is. Making late game changes has no impact on this matchup in a meaningful way because everything with TVP completely centers around the inability to really do anything against 4-gate blink openers, or really any blink opener at this point. Largely because the bases are all much bigger, you have larger gaps that you have to cover. There are no maps where stalkers can't jump into your main base, so there's none in this pool. So you have to more or less be terrified of it every game. Meanwhile, Protoss still have like 500 different cheese builds to kill you with, like Cannon Rush, Proxy Second Gateway, Proxy Robo Immortal, Proxy Colossus. There's all sorts of crazy shit people do. I don't really mind any of those particularly. Like, it's good to have a variety of builds people can do, but yeah, Terran versus Protoss is just miserable because there's no real early game control, and most of the games are just turtling on 3 or 4 bases. If you watch pro play, that's all it is, or it's a 2-base all-in where they pull their workers. So I'm not using my gameplay to say TVP is a problem. I'm just saying, as somebody who is a part of StarCraft at all, the hardest thing about it is the early game. There used to be a time where you would just never have to worry about building a command center on the low ground to do an expand in this matchup. So, but you either turtle on tanks or you do an all-in and pull all your SCVs, and that's just it. That is what the matchup is. So there's very little else that happens unless you're watching Nathanias, because Nathanias is one of the only people who will tell you, guys, I do not care if my TVP win rate is 25%. I refuse to turtle on 3 bases until I have 125 supply of bio and then pull all my SCVs, because that doesn't even seem like playing a game anymore. So if the only way to win the game is to throw a 70-yard touchdown pass on 4th down into quadruple coverage, and everybody just says, well, if you were good enough at the game, you'd be able to complete the pass, bro. I'm like, no. You're telling me that the only way to win TVP is to run through Prime Ray Lewis while butt naked? Are you kidding me? And he's wearing spiked armor? That's what TVP feels like sometimes. Here, let's try to do a different build that isn't a cheese, but is still somewhat our regular strategy. I'm trying not to cheese every Protoss either, but it's tough. I'll one base him if we get a rematch. That's the plan. We'll see if he gives us, we'll see what kind of game he gives us if we don't cheese him. And then if he cheeses us, we won't play straight up against him anymore. I think that's like the most fair thing I can really do. I'll try to play a straight up game. If he just rushes Mass Blink Stalker and kills me, I'll say womp womp, and then I'll just one base all in him every time I play him again. And much like the last guy, I'm sure that even though I'm going to say GG if he beats me, I'm sure that if I get into a rematch and I beat him, he'll just say weird shit like, do you build Cyclones every game? Do you build Stalkers every game? Tisk, 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 tisk. He's adorable. No, but there used to be a time where Protoss gateway units were weaker and they really had to rely on tier 3. But in against Terran, they can win. You can win so many games with nothing but gateway units now that none of those strategies are necessary anymore. So Protoss effectively don't have ramp up in the game because they don't need Colossus and they don't need Storm. So they don't. A lot of these builds that people struggle with just skip both of those things. They just get Blink, make nothing but gateways and kill them, and it's actually really strong. Like, it used to take a Stalker like 5 or 6 hits to kill a Marine, and then they lowered the number of hits down to like 3 or 4. But they raised the damage of it, and that kind of changed a lot of things. I feel like that was like kind of where it started anyway. Look at that. There's the probe. You want to know what's going on? But like TVP can be good. It's just mostly boring when you play against like multiple people in a row who do that build, basically. Where you just get smashed by nothing but mass stalkers like 4 or 5 games in a row, and then you're like, why do I even play this game? And then I say, well, because I like to play TVZ and TVT, and not every Protoss does it. But see, there you go. There's just not much you can do against that. So go next. Let's look at the build order. Gateway, Core, Nexus. So he went Core before Nexus, straight to Twilight. 2-minute 30 Twilight. Gateway, Robo. So just 4 gate. Just 4 gate Blink all in. The only thing that can counter that is literally just turtling on tanks and bunkers. And I just won't do it. But if I rematch him, now I'm going to 1-base all in, because there's clearly no reason to waste my time. Thankfully, he got us out of that game and into a TVZ, so I can thank him for that. We can still have a positive takeaway. The positive is that we are now playing a Terran versus Zerg. Maybe. You're an Atlanta fan? They had to win out? But I'm like, the Ravens can't get in the playoffs, right? Like, even if winning the last 2 games was enough, I don't see any way they're doing it. They said Lamar Jackson had a back contusion, which is like a bone bruise, right? I had a contusion on my foot when I was younger, so that sucked. You guys ever take the old crutches into school before? Man, not a good time. Greetings, If the guy goes mass ravens, how should I counter? Chili Vaha. That's a good question. First of all, Chile, love Chile. Great country, great food. And if you must know, I'd prefer it spicy and on a bun. I'm a freak like that. You know, chili, good chili can be consumed the same manner as like a sloppy Joe. We do have pool first, by the way. We do have pool first. Pool first, but no gas. Pool first, but no gas. So this is kind of just a nothing burger build. I don't think there's anything you can really do with this. I think maybe he wants this Marine or like 1 or 2 SCVs, but I don't know if he realizes this, but making Lings instead of drones hurts his economy more than killing 2 of my SCVs. I don't know if he knows that. He also doesn't have gas, so I don't have to worry about Ling speed either. I think he's just trolling. He's going in and out of my vision there. He's just trying to... thinks he's going to get something. He thinks he's going to get something. Thankfully, he decided to nuke his own economy for a chance at winning the game in 2 minutes. Hey, Nate, I use your 4 Cyclone, 1 Raven, 3 CC into Ketrok style. Raven Widowmine work well in TVP and TVT in Diamond. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And we're just going to go into double battle cruisers. That's the plan. Since he didn't take gas, he's going to probably go up to like 38 drones, take all 4 geysers at once, build a Roach Warren and 2 evolution chambers to block off the front of his natural, and then probably send an Overseer into my base at the exact second that I start my fusion core while he gets Roach speed and tries to base trade me before my battle cruisers are out. That is what is going to happen this game. Please make sure to clap when you see all my predictions come true, all right? Are there any games you're interested in coming out? You know, I have been trying to like look around, and I feel like this year ended up having hardly anything because GTA 6 was supposed to drop, which is just tragic that we don't have that, but like kind of is what it is at the same time. But there wasn't really much. There wasn't really much. Yeah, he still has no Ling speed, so he's just extremely greedy. Yeah, just take what we can get. Yeah, but that's the Roach Warren. There's the Evo. Looks like his lair is a little bit late, but he might have taken it on his 3rd. Hard to say. I'd also like to point out he doesn't have any overlords on the map. All right. Yo, Jasper. Clap, clap. Wow, he does care. Finally some lair action. No, he's just chilling. Okay. Nothing very exciting happening at all. What do I know? Whoop, we're going in. Still trying to tell. Good, there we go. Sometimes it be like that. Oh, it never built my third CC, huh? That's okay. I might have canceled it for the extra factory, so that's okay. Both sides of the door. I love when people don't build corruptors, so it won't necessarily be easy, but it's much more playable to go versus Hydras. The only reason he would skip corruptors maybe is like that he wants to go into Hive faster, but that's pretty much it. Not a lot of other options there. Potential somewhat late game enjoyer. Yeah, that's nice, man. I mean, I used to get tilted because I would play these Zergs that would drag it out and never fight me, you know? But I would literally rather play against one of those guys, those like barcode Zerg dudes. I'd rather play an hour-long game with one of them than get Blink Stalker all in like 50 games straight, you know? So that's just kind of where I'm at these days. So I'm like, let's dance, right? Give me all of your dudes. Cancel third to do a depot? Hell yeah. I don't know if that's why I did it. That may be what happened. It doesn't sound very good. This map is like kind of bad for the third base, but like really good for the fourth and fifth. I don't know if you guys feel that way about it. Like both third bases are very far from the main in terms of like walking there or covering between your main and your natural and your third. You needed the money for the first two BCs? Okay. Well, that suddenly sounds like a better decision. Thank you. Now I don't feel as bad. Thank you. I did not get the upgrade, though. No, what comes next is going to be the... He should have Infestors by now, if he doesn't already have a Spire. It's kind of late to just try and go into Corruptors, but he could still do it. They are the best answer in the game against battlecruisers, just to be clear. There's nothing in StarCraft better against BCs than Corruptors. It's the only army you can get like 33 battlecruisers landed on top of, but that won't be able to beat maxed out. That literally does not beat maxed out. Oh! Nice. Yeah, I tried to be too cute there, huh? But there you go. He's got the infestors. He's got the infestors. So that just means we're not allowed to leave our base anymore. That's all. So now he wants us to turtle more or less, because there's no real other way for us to play anymore. Because if we go near him, he'll use Neural Parasite, which actually cancels it cancels the teleport ability. It doesn't cancel Yamato, but Neural Parasite cancels teleport, which means I can no longer go out on the map. If I send Hellions or Widow Mines, he's just gonna fungal them, and if I send the battle cruisers, he's just gonna mind control them. So we're just gonna have to chill, grind this out, and the best case scenario is that we're somehow able to get maxed out on pure BCs, and then we just teleport right on top of him. And as long as he's only got Hydras and Infestors, it should actually be pretty easy to beat him with a BC max out. We just won't be able to beat him like piecemealing out the battle cruisers, if that makes sense. So look at that. Now he's going to build a bunch of static defense. That's good. That's good. That's money he's not spending on real units to push us with. So that's all we got. That's all we got. If I want to win this game, my best chance is maxing out on absolutely nothing other than battle cruisers. We could throw some like Hellions away maybe here and there, but our upgrades are already coming through very nicely. Yeah, this is the most exposed base, so I'm not surprised this is the one he wants.
Upgrade complete.
There you go. That's right. Fear is good. Fear is good. It means you have a survival instinct. The fear means you have a survival instinct, okay? The only reason you're scared is because you don't want to die, and I get that. It's like one of the most basic things people can feel. Straight up. Are you really going to go into air units after all that smack I talked? Really? Really, bro? See, he was scared. He actually was nervous that he wouldn't be able to win the game with his mass Hydralisk build, and he did build a Spire. So, yeah, it doesn't really change anything about this game, because it's very over. But it's nice to know that if I rematch him, he's probably going to go straight to Corruptors, because I'm sure he realizes the only reason he's going to win this game is because I did send my BCs over earlier, and I let him take 3 of them. So if it wasn't for that, I think we would have been in a much better spot. But I'm just going to let these guys fight until they die, and then I'm going to go next. Enjoy the ASMR. Oh no, he's going to blow him up. Where is it? Where is it? Where's the button? I have a button. There we go. GG. There it is. There it is. Yeah, look at him. Boom, 500 MMR higher than me. We are only playing against very good players. Yo, Mesmerize. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yo, Grimshank. How's your painting going, buddy? Cichlid. Oh, I think I played this guy earlier. I don't remember what happened, but I'm just gonna one base him. Pretty sure we played earlier today. I think this was another mass stalker guy. Man, you guys want to hear the craziest thing? I was like looking into what OBS plugins and stuff have been released in the last few months, just in case anything interesting had popped up. Especially since you imagine a lot more of these guys are trying to like vibe code their own stuff. And there was yesterday I set up as a test a plugin that automatically raises the gamma of really dark sources. And some of these maps in StarCraft are really dark, and I don't have my brightness necessarily cranked, but I have it on like the default. And as soon as I enabled it, it was like, yeah, StarCraft is dark. It's actually going to brighten this up. And then I realized that nobody said a single thing after that. And I was like, oh my God, it's just probably been a little bit dark for everybody, like this whole time. And then I put that on there, and I'm like, what do you guys think? And the fact that there's nothing at all, I just, yeah, part of this is me partially trying to bait someone into saying something, but at the same time, you don't have to say anything at all. You could just nod your head and be like, yeah, it's not as dark as it was before. It's more readable. So I didn't have to change my settings for it to happen, though. It's like an effect I can do in OBS, basically. But if I play something bright, it won't do it. So this way, dark games will be like kind of brightened a little bit, but like bright games won't be touched, if that makes sense. So that's just something I've been working on. I more or less just to make sure that, because I want to play a lot of horror games. Resident Evil 9 comes out next month. You guys know I am partnered with Capcom. I am going to be playing the game on release. I will have it ahead of time. I'll probably have it a full day or two before it drops. And that is also the same week as my birthday. So I'm just super pumped about that. And obviously that's why I've been looking into stuff like the gamma adjuster. So you've been watching the whole time. You like it brighter? See, that makes me happy to hear. Even just that little bit, that's just nice. I appreciate that. So when I'm playing Resident Evil next month, I want to make sure everybody who tunes in isn't like, Nathan, it's too dark, I can't see anything. And then I like try to adjust my game settings, you know, and then it's like super blown out when I switch back to StarCraft. People are like, it's too bright. And I'm like, well, I cranked the brightness for this. And anyway, I know it just sounds like I'm yapping, but all of that is over. If it's over, why are we still doing it? Yeah, you're right. We can move on. No battery in his mineral line is kind of nice. Nice of Capcom to release the game for your birthday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Capcom is going to do the only thing that no major AAA studio or developer will do for their audience. They're going to give us closure. They're going to give us closure. The director of the game described it as a eulogy for the fans of the first 8 games. It's romantic. It really, imagine if a man said that to you. Imagine a man's like, I want this dinner to be like a eulogy for the first half of our relationship, like a nod to everything that came before. I'm like, damn, put a ring on it. But it looks really, really, really good. Really good. You spend half. Yeah, sounds like something Kojima would say. Exactly, exactly. The only major reveal they've done for the game in the last 2 months is that it's not just the game is going to be split between the character that they've kind of advertised so far and Leon. It's going to be about 50-50. So pumped, very pumped. I mean, you just know he threw down another pylon, right? Like, obviously. Damn, he did try, though. Hey, I'll take it. Give me your immortal.
Your SCVs are under attack.
What do you guys think? Are we cooked? I think he held.
Your SCVs didn't sign up to
I don't know that I have moves I can make here, but we'll try.
workers win games. Protect
We'll see how good he is, because he could still throw this back to us. He could still throw it back. I mean, he could always throw it back, but he could still throw it back. It looked like his plan was to go for like a immortal charge lot all in of some kind, which is still pretty playable for us. So just build units at home and just wait for him to hopefully throw the game to us. I think that's the move. Nice. See, that's what it's all about. Beautiful. Who won? Who's next? You decide. Epic TVPs of European ladder. It is getting late, huh? Do you guys think, what time is it? What time is it in Seoul? What time is it in Seoul? Sorry, I'm getting emotional. Let's get it. Feeling down, I just wanna make you happy, baby.
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you?
Oh, there he is. Beautiful. That's fine. Baby, we can take the long way home. Baby, we can take the long way home. Oh no! The immortals are all dead. The immortals, they are dead. Man, you know how hard it is to get like an SCV train to actually fucking A-move sometimes? Oh yeah, just go up the ramp, right? All right. There it is, baby. There it is. Damn. Doug Dimmer, damn. There was a probe on the left side of the map, though. There was. There was. What a game. My favorite is when they get the immortal out there with the probes and I'm able to just get like 5 cyclones to lock on to the immortal. And then even with the barrier, just 5 magfield cyclones still melt the immortal in like 2 seconds. It's high stakes, man. It's high stakes. But you know, if the dealer only has 15, they still have to hit. Sorry, I'm just... It's gonna take a second to do a breathing exercise. Where's that giant glass nidus worm? Nathan, it's the day after Christmas, and it's 1 a.m. in Europe. It's time to switch servers. It's time to switch servers. Let's get it. My brother-in-law also got me this beef jerky for Christmas that I am munching on. It's Sweet Baby Ray's original beef jerky. It's probably got sugar in it, unlike the usual beef jerky I eat, but I appreciate a gift and I won't turn down meat. Why don't I play on NA? I just find the quality of games and opponents I get on Europe and Korea are better. That's about it. Korea also has more Terran players, and Europe has more Zerg players. And those two things, they help a lot. Because when I stream on NA, most of my stream is just me playing TVP against the same 3 guys for like hours. So, I broke. My way of breaking this time, instead of like whining and raging about it, was to just like change my stream schedule so that when I start my stream, Europeans are going to be on, right? And then when we get towards the end of the stream, Koreans will be on. That's about it. That's about it. Hey, Seven. Merry Christmas. Yeah, we went over to the in-laws. Went over to the in-laws. I saw my nephews. We had some fun. Lewis went. They were all, you ever watch a bunch of toddlers wrestle a golden retriever? It's the fucking funniest thing, man. Like, honestly, reasons to live. Straight up. Do you have more viewers with this schedule? Well, if you must ask, the majority of time that people spend watching stuff is also earlier in the day. So technically, yes. I've been doing some later streams recently, but it's mostly just because I've had a lot of stuff we've been doing in the last month or two. That's really it. Oh, there you go. Game over. He just left as soon as I started the second factory. He couldn't, like... This barcode guy, like, does he, like, look at my base through the fog of war? Or... I'm just... I just want to know. Does he put his camera over my base at any point? Why did he leave? No. Okay. Meh. Check time zones, though. EU asleep at the moment. Sometimes I feel like, guys, if you want to have an interaction with a streamer, you can just compliment me. The title of the stream says Europe and Korea. I don't know what other way I'm supposed to put it. I just don't want to be a jerk in front of everybody else, but just read the stream title. No, I feel like the guy in Zoolander, because I'm pretty sure I literally just said the best part is that by the time it gets late in Europe, it's morning in Korea and I can switch servers. And I said that like 3 minutes ago. That's all. That's why it's funny to me, okay? I don't mean to be rude. Derek, I literally just told you 5 seconds ago. But when I start my stream, it's like 8 or 9 p.m. in Europe, and that is nice. Because that anybody that would be on at that time is probably a tryhard, and you know that's their end of the day thing. So and we got a Zerg. The stream has a title? Yeah. You put it like now EU, then KR? I see. Can you tell me a little bit more about how this affects your experience as a viewer? Like as a person who just like occasionally tunes in, could you like really get into the weeds about that for me? Appreciate it. At least 500 words, all right? I will be using Claude to grade it. Good luck. Hey, Loop.
Command center upgrade complete.
Sure thing. In the rear with the gear.
It's okay, guys, we don't have to embarrass him. He just didn't read the title. He got a little defensive, okay? And, you know, we didn't exactly make it easy for him to, you know, retract his statement and say, oh, didn't realize you also said Korea. So, you know, I don't want to be super rude. That is what... There's a world where that could have been what happened, but... And just so you all know, I would have preferred that were the way it had gone. It's okay not to read the title of the stream. It just means you were excited to tune in, and I appreciate that very much. Okay? Someone heard me say that. You had to satisfy your nitpicking habits a bit. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I'm out here telling people that I'm not perfect. So, like, why would I expect someone not to occasionally point out that the toilet was installed backwards, right? I get it. Oh, damn, Gummy Bear, you're right. You're right. You know what it is? You know what it is? I think that's the title of the YouTube. I think I put it on the YouTube title. I thought I put it somewhere here. Maybe not. I hope I've been reasonable in trying to handle this debacle. If this is the drama of today's stream, I think we're safe. I think we're safe. I don't know if this necessarily overcomes Protoss guy asking me about cyclones, but I don't even think we're close to that, actually. We're fine. Everything's fine. Unless you know, if this is like that commercial at the grocery store where you like need to crash out, like I can give you that. You know, we can do the like Karen versus manager thing, but like only if you want to, obviously. I don't want to force you into that situation. Yeah, this is like, yeah, this map. I really don't know how you're supposed to easily take a third base here. I haven't vetoed any of the maps this season yet, but this one is getting up there for me. It is getting there. It is getting there. Nate drama. It's been quite a while since I got to catch this. Yeah, I know. I don't know if it qualifies as a drama. I'm out here I'm trying to sell it as drama, but people got high standards, man.
Transformation system. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Man, the moment I clicked that guy over, huh? He was there. I don't really have anything for this, so we'll just go next. He got us with his Muta Rush. He just did a Mutalisk Rush, that's all. I should have gone double BC. Can you please apply a sticky note with the region on it to the top of your head? I wasn't ready for that. Sorry. I wasn't ready for that. All right. It's the same guy. It's the same guy, right? So he'll probably just do the same thing. So let's, I'll just build turrets this time. How about that? We'll do the 2-base. We'll do the 2-base battlecruiser all in. I didn't want to do it that game because I just want to try and keep the stream interesting. I was going to do 1 BC into double armory and just go straight into like Thor Hellion. But he decided that was the game he wanted to kill me in the first 5 minutes, so there we are. Now this game, I will do a much sharper build that's a little bit more turtley and much greedier. But now I don't have to get... Now he doesn't really have any agents. I'm going to take away his agency this game, basically. There will be no back and forth. If he rushes Corruptors, then I'll just lose, so it doesn't matter. But there won't be a back and forth. Like this map, the 3rd base a little bit easier to take because you don't have that whole side angle, right? There's only like one direct path into it. But you can also get forward, not too difficult. But that other map, it's just dumb of me to try to take a 3rd, right? That's why I lost. I did a build where I was gonna get a 3rd. That's the worst map to take a 3rd in the whole pool. My greed cost me. You can tell I'm still hung up over it. It's the one that got away.
SCVs are under attack.
What, you run out of Marines?
Your command center's got some new toys.
SCV ready. Sure thing.
Congratulations! It would be so funny if like a bunch of these pillars were broken and didn't actually work, but because nobody opens with Marines at all, like it just never got bug tested. Like, nobody ever just opened with Marines since they ever put these maps out, and some of these just do not work. I could see it, but I feel like that would probably get caught more in TVP, right, or ZVP. I feel like Zerg players against Protoss, I feel like Protoss players, they get anti-air a little bit faster. Or their air units come out much later, so they'd be more noticeable in those types of matchups anyway. Are you still playing against that same Zerg? This is the second game against him in a row, if that's what you mean. This is my second game against this specific Zerg player. I'm not building anything. I can't. This is we're doing the greediest version of this build that there is. So. Gonna get you. I do need the depots because building units is still, still costs supply tragically. I don't want to build a third tech lab if there's no need for it, so. Man. I feel like bunkers. I'm still trying to decide what I want to do once I actually start the battlecruisers. Yeah, we just assumed he was rushing Spire, so his overseer here doesn't matter at all. We already knew that he was always going to do this because this is what he did last game. So, and as evidenced by the fact that he has an overseer, it's very clear that we were correct. He obviously just went straight for 2-base Spire. Or there's a Nidus Worm building here right now and the game's about to end. But then we just get to try again. So we'll get the eBay now. We'll get like maybe 2. I don't really want to build a third turret, but we're going to need one to get to our third base. Like I need something for this, right? This spot, because it's so big between the bases. Yeah, well, you missed your chance to drop a Nidus. I still don't know why you haven't done that. Yeah, come here. Thank you. And what we just won't do is we just won't teleport directly in. We'll just let the battlecruisers do what they do best, and that's just fight head-to-head, use the superior upgrades to try and leverage into an advantage, and that's it. 1-1 is done. Yeah, see? Look at that. Beautiful. And this is what we expected, right? Because we knew he was going to open with the Spire. But the idea is that our upgrades give us a little bit of ability to deal some damage. He is doing well with his transfuse, but... Oh, see there, I just got... So I killed 3 of his corruptors, right? And he didn't get anything of mine. So this is where the pod racing starts. Because my upgrades are very good. And while he may have been able to rush a Spire, he did not rush, upgrades in a way that matters, so... Can't sleep. My time again. I'm calling and you know it's me. Beat. Sweet. If that's what you're focused on, by all means. By all means. Lose
Base just got blown up, did you?
when you sleep. Lose with me once I can breathe.
Command center upgrade complete.
Whoa!
Command center 2.0 ready to go. Research.
It don't mean much to me. Oh, he's pissed. He's pissed. Bro just lost like all of his corruptors too. That's so funny. you can see the red mist. The red mist. The red mist begins to rise. Round we go. Oh yeah, no, he's getting into the mud with me. He is climbing into the mud as we speak. He is well on his way. He is well on his way. Body and feet. Pour out the gasoline. What does a guy with 50 corruptors do? How does a guy with 50 corruptors win the game? Just keep building them. Whatever you do, man. Whatever you do, don't stop dancing, girl. Don't stop building them raptors. Whoa! He's trying to give me like campaign vibes, I think, with all these overlords everywhere. I don't know, but I'll take him. If he's like giving shit out, why not, right? I can't say no to those Costco samples. And if I ever do, you'll know. That's how you know I've been replaced. It's just a supply issue, so there we go. Just get a few more depots and we're good. Oh well.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay.
SCV ready. 4 is here.
Squadron, yes, Commander.
Yeah, see? He's got the infestors. He's ready. He's got the infestors. What does a guy with 50 corruptors do? He builds brood lords into Thors. That's our way out. That's how we survive.
Your research has been working.
Yeah, this guy's this is the I think this is the Zerg from earlier, right? It's the he's the Overlord man. I think this is that Zerg from earlier that just puts Overlords all over. Like that's it. He has Overlords on like every single base, and he kind of turtles with a handful of Infestors, Mass Corruptor, right? We played this guy like twice earlier. What does a man with 50 corruptors do here? I still have too many SCVs. Let's take advantage of the one broken thing Terran has, right? Go, just go get rid of all of them. Sounds like a great plan. Yeah, hit me with them Banes. Yeah, that's not where you want to be, is it? Congratulations on killing an engineering bay. Please let me know if you're satisfied with our service. He F2'd. He F2'd all of those guys. He F2'd. That's incredible. He F2'd all of his corruptors to that, those two Hellions. So he's way out of position. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yeah, see? He's got the stream up. Look at him. He knows I'm right here. And he still came all the way over. He knows. He knows. That's why he's trying so hard to flex on us. Thank you. Yeah, fine. Donate some more links, bro. Go ahead. Do you wanna give me any more of your Zerglings before we proceed? Just need to make sure I have lots of scans and that I don't need SCVs to play the game anymore. That's the purpose here. That's what allows us to go for a unholy amount of units. So what we do is we take the Ravens, the BCs, and the Hellions, and we put them all on their own hotkey. And then we just aim move with everything else. And now he's in a tough spot. Yeah. But usually for these guys, the only thing that they have is a handful of Infestors, because their game plan was to just kill me with nothing but Corruptors, and just, you know, they think the fact that you build battlecruisers is some sort of like insult to their intelligence. So they're like, how dare you, basically. That's really it. And he won't even engage me. He doesn't have anything that can deal with this. He has 3 Infestors to kill like 10 Thors, so what's he gonna do? Oh, that's his plan, Ultras. That's his plan. Okay. Okay. Have it your way, bro. That was funny. That was really funny. We love that. We love to see that. What a game, Bobby. What a game. He had that top left base, too. Look at that. Look how many drones. Look how many drones he killed. Look how many drones my opponent killed. Look at this. He killed 7 drones on this base. Looks like he didn't kill any drones here. It was just that top left base. He killed quite a few. He took out quite a few of his own drones here. I never even saw this one. Great match, though. Well, you see, guys, that's what happens when he doesn't do a muta rush that instantly wins the game. That guy's Masters in Korea as well, so pretty decent opponent. Let's see if we get a third match against him. I don't know how many people are on. There it is, that Spire, 352. It's the same thing he did last game, but because he scouted me, he made Corruptors instead of Mutas. The issue with that is that, obviously, Corruptors don't do anything. So, unless I sacrifice my BCs or I play way too aggressively, there's really no scenario where the Corruptors should be a threat. All I have to do is not teleport my BCs direct... Ladies and gentlemen, if you scan your opponent's base as your battlecruisers finish, and you see a lair is morphing in any way, shape, or form, get in there. Teleport them straight in. Go for it. Free win, right? But if you scan and you see the lair is already done and the Spire has just started, maybe, you know? Maybe. Little come see, come saw, little 6-7. Now, if your opponent sends an Overseer into your base before your battlecruisers are done, don't teleport. I'm just saying, typically, that's the scenario where the Zerg is going to be most prepared. So, that's all. I don't mean for that to be a hot take, but if you're not getting scouted by an Overlord, if an Overseer is flying into your base before you even have the battlecruiser on the way, you probably don't want to teleport directly into their base, no matter what you see. And that, like, as soon as I'm playing against someone that does that, like, when I saw, like, he sent his Overseer in really early, and I'm like, yes, he did scout my battlecruiser rush. Counterpoint, he would have scouted anything I did. So, what was I going to, like, what? If I was going 2-1-1, would I have just canceled my racks? Like, no, you just got to do what you're doing. You can't worry that much about it. You'll lose too much sleep. You need sleep. You need it. Sometimes I feel like I couldn't live without sleeping. I don't know. I feel like I'm addicted to it. It's definitely habit forming. All right, we got an opponent. It is a Protoss. Tell myself it's so. All right, chat. You guys are going to be like the gladiator crowd in the Colosseum, and I'm going to be like the Emperor, okay? Let's do a little thumbs up, thumbs down action. Do I give this man the benefit of the doubt and attempt to play a macro game, allowing him to cave my face in the moment he wants to? Or should I be cruel and one base him? He might still beat me, but I can just, you know, we can take the risk of instantly losing or not. But I wanted your thoughts on it. We have some time. It's mostly going to boil down to whether I build a second factory or not. So if I stay one factory and try to expand and go 3cc into like tank Banshee, I know you guys love my Banshee play, but like I will instantly die if he goes 4-gate blink. So it's just, yeah, that's all. That's just a choice that we make every TVP we get, and I'm offering you some agency in that choice you may not have had before. That's all. One base, please. Thumbs down. All right, thank you. The guy with OGS as his tag said thumbs down, which is like, you know, OGS used to be one of the biggest teams in StarCraft. They were pretty cool. Remember a lot of guys in OGS. Blizzard made your choice for you in this matchup, right? I mean, hypothetically speaking, maybe they never discover how good stalkers are, and, you know, like, if you're going to blame anybody, I think Parting is the guy who broke TVP, like, 5 years ago when he figured this out. When Parting first started killing people with 4-gate blink, that was more or less the beginning of the end. So, if you got to blame anybody, it's him. Stalkers got buffed to be crazy strong for like a year or two before he demonstrated to everybody what they could actually do. I think that was like the second time Parting came out of retirement that he did that, by the way. He's like, guys, if you actually just open blink stalkers with 4 gateways, you can just poke them to death and they can, and like the whole entire thing. Obviously, if you can't micro it mid-map, like, just so you guys know, it's not like the build automatically wins. It's a high skill strategy. But like, if you're a Protoss who can't blink, that's its own different can of worms. So. Yo, thank you, thank you. Come on in. Water's fine. The only reason I killed that stalker is because of the SCVs attacking it, by the way. You see, guys, nobody would have a problem with firearms if no person had ever learned how to aim one, right? Because then nobody would have, everyone just would have missed, right? There's obviously no downside to that. If everybody was just worse at using blink stalkers, the problem would also solve itself. But this is why we build Cyclones. That's why we do it. That's why we do what we do. Chat has spoken. Their will be fulfilled. Look at that. He's already got 5 of them. I think he got to his 4 gates a little too fast, right? I'm just gonna guess 4-gate blink. Yeah. Well, 3, he just rushed it even faster. Damn. Yeah, that's just how it goes. GG. I guess because he was chronoing stalkers from the very beginning of the game, like, even though I got the free kill, it still was never gonna be enough. Peak mecha gameplay. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? Was this Korea? Yes, sir. Merry Christmas. So it's just 2 factories and half the boys on the mineral line? And go? I think this is better than Proxy Marauder? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I thought you'd be higher, so Korea makes sense. Oh yeah, you came into my stream so you could judge me on my MMR and tell me that you think I'm better than I actually am. That's really hot. Thank you. Chad's with jabroni level plays. Exactly. Exactly. Hey man, how well this guy's day is going is directly tied to my MMR. I get it. I get it. You guys live through me. I understand. For some of you, watching me play StarCraft is the only experience you get like this in the game. That's why I do it. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, baby. This is a rematch against the same guy. I'm just gonna do it again. Let's go. Super Saiyan 3, baby. Let me judge you while you're probably 3K higher than me. Hey, you know, why watch stuff if you're not going to have an opinion on it? That'd be crazy. I don't blame him. Why would you tune into this show if you had no opinion on it at all, right? That'd be kind of silly. You have to vicariously live through Terran Mech versus Zerg. There you go. There you go. See? What would this man's life be without me? Even though he judges me and makes fun of me, if he didn't have me, his day would be a lot less interesting. That's what I'm here for. If you get off to watching Terran players lose to Zerg, this stream is also for you. I don't need you to want me to win. All audience members are welcome. I lose like every TVP I play, so I mean you could get off a lot here for that. I'm just saying. These hands are E for everyone. Yeah, he was trying hard. He's trying hard. Boom, boom. No, but this is how we de-stress. This is how we avoid stressing about TVP. As soon as somebody shows us that they're just going to do like the blink rush build, as soon as someone shows us that's what they're going to do, we just one base them every game and then we don't have to think about it. It is incredibly hard to deal with that build without turtling and building tanks. And I would rather one base than do that. If he like opened Stargate or if he opened like Robo, if he opened with anything else, I'd be more interested in doing like a 3cc type strategy, but any 3cc build is just an auto loss to 4-gate blink, so especially when you're not a Korean pro gamer, which I'm certainly not. Do I live close to Korea? Honestly, I just think the games I get in NA are really bad, you know? Like, if the bar is as low as not complaining about the latency too much, I think I can do that. I think I only mentioned the latency like 3 or 4 times a day, so it's not a problem. I would rather be able to give decent games to my audience over winning, if that makes sense. Like, again, you know, like the guy that comes in to laugh at Mech losing. Like, if I won more of my games, then he would watch less, right? So I got to make everybody happy. I can't let a loss ruin it. So my ping to Korea is better than Europe, but I'm basically cycling time zones. I'm cycling time zones. The idea is very simple. When I start my stream at noon, it's still early enough for people to be playing in Europe. That's like the whole point, basically. So when I start my stream, there's already people on Europe still. And then by the time it gets late in Europe and people log off, I can go play on Korea because it's early in Seoul now. So that's pretty much it. If I play on NA, I play nothing but TVP the whole entire day, and it's kind of boring. But I do have a better ping to Korea than Europe, so at least my ping, I like basically play with training weights on. I play with like training weights on, and then as soon as we switch from Europe to Korea, my ping actually like significantly improves. So that is nice. That is nice. All right, GG. But this way, all my TVPs at least aren't very long, even if they're like, you know, that's just how it's going to be. Why not pull all of them? Because cyclones are expensive and I like to make more as I push. That's all. Sometimes, like when I go up into the main base, that's really greedy, honestly. Like I think anybody watching that game can kind of see that as soon as I went so far in that I couldn't pull out against the probes. I mean, as a high level player anyway, it was like really obvious once I went up the ramp and he got any units out that I was going to lose because I'm on one base. I do have enough workers to make cyclones, but any scenario where I kill like most of his probes, if he kills the cyclones, all of them, like I always lose. And I could spend like 30 minutes waxing poetic about all the different reasons why losing all of your cyclones means the game is over, but they're not Marines, so the game is over if you just lose all of them. We got a Zerg this game. Sorry, I was already getting ready for another TVP. I was already getting ready for another Terran versus Protoss. I think this is the same guy from earlier. You thought that was a win? See, yes, now there's a guy that wants the 30-minute rant about why having no units means you're gonna lose. Paper cannons, yeah, exactly. Like, in a scenario where I stay on the bottom of the ramp, kill most of his stuff, and then I kill, like, his natural. If I kill his natural, then it's actually pretty viable for me to just go straight into expanding off of that. And I just keep making cyclones and don't necessarily need to pull all of the rest of the workers. But if you're not rallying any cyclones behind the strategy, I don't think it's very good. You need to give yourself, like, the whole point of it is that you snowball to the point where if he warps in 4 stalkers, you have like 8 cyclones and it just does not matter. Like, that's the dream. I just got greedy because I thought if I got up his ramp, I could like depower all of his gateways because most people use Artosis pylons in that early. And I did depower the Robo, but he had like he somehow got like 2 or 3 more guys behind me with the probe pull, so. Yo, Forhad, what's up? Yeah, I don't really care about the MMR stuff. You're allowed to talk about it. I'm not gonna censor anything, but having conversations about MMR in a 15-year-old game is like, yeah. I cared a lot more about it when I was 22. I'll tell you that, but I don't really think of it as an important factor for me. I just know that my audience likes when I have one, so that's more or less the only reason I play ranked. When I'm feeling self-conscious, that's when I play unranked. But you can tell I'm just doing it. I don't care. If you want to come in here and ask why I'm diamond on Korean ladder at the age of 32 years old, I'm gonna shrug. I'm gonna put my hands up and I'm gonna tell you, I got nothing for you, man. I got nothing for you. Just thinking about smoking a fat blunt with my wife, honestly. Oh, shit, he's attacking me. Well, that's game, baby. Let's go next. Sometimes it be like that, guys. That's the dude I just spanked with battle cruisers the other game. So he did not want to do that again. That's all. He did not want to do that again. And frankly speaking, I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Got no issue with that. All right, it's the same guy again. How much do you think he's gonna need to like get it out of his system? I think if I have the SCVs there faster, we're probably able to hold that. So it's on me. Dang MMR distraction. Exactly. Everybody always wants to ask about number. No one ever wants to ask about person, you know? So I hide number. People get angry. They still don't ask about person, but they just angry now. So I bring number back. People calm. Is what it is. I love when they pull the drones though. It shows they care. That's how you can tell. Hey Andrew Jackson. How person? Person good. Person good. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you had a great holiday. Appreciate you. But I don't think my content really appeals to super hardcore StarCraft people. So even though they'll force themselves to watch my stream like a European drinking root beer, you know, it's like I'm never really going to get their support. So it's like I kind of want to maintain, you know, their interest a little bit, but at the same time, like obviously I need to find more people that like the kind of cool shit that I do. And that's the trickiest balance. That's the trickiest balance about making StarCraft content anyway. But like if the people who watch just because there's nothing else on have nothing to make fun of, like that's also, you know, bad, right? So that's you gotta give a little bit out there for everybody. You know, Dwayne, sometimes I ask that question myself. Well, Klaus, clearly you're a lot cooler than everybody else. You already said you're a European with root beer in your refrigerator. All right? I know you hang dong. We know you hang dong, okay? We know. I appreciate it. You already have my respect. I bet we've already been live for 4 hours, so I've hit my goal for the day. I've only been streaming for about 4 hours for like the last month and a half. since I'm on a little bit earlier, you know, I don't really have much else I'm going to be getting up to. So I can play for a little bit longer. We'll see how long the games are good. I have now played the same Zerg player, like, I think this is our 4th or 5th time in a row. I think this might be like our 5th or 6th game today. Maybe like 4th in a row. But I played him like 2 or 3 times, right? And then we had that crazy long game. And then I played the Protoss guy like twice in a row. And then I played, yeah, so I do, I mean, I don't know. I mean, playing Terran versus Zerg is pretty nice. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm like slightly torn between, yeah, it is a little boring to play the same guy over and over. And I only have so many strats. But also, I don't really want to stop playing yet. And I'm not tilted. So if you guys are cool watching me get my ass beat and just like fucking around and having a bit of fun, I'm down to stream for a little bit. I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else I really want to do right now. I'm having a good time. So that's really all I have to say. I don't mind if I just spend the rest of the day playing this one guy over and over because it's TVZ and I love TVZ. Oh, there's the mutas. I think that's actually game over because I don't have the BCs out, right? Yeah, that's game. But I'm like, if all I do is play this guy over and over again, that's fine. That's not gonna break me. Being able to play multiple games against the same Zerg player in a row is why I stopped playing on NA, so I'm not about to complain about getting what I asked for. Just please don't judge me too harshly for losing a lot because I'm just happy to be able to play TVZ. That's all. I'll do a try-hard build, like, how about like every other 3 games? So I'll do a try-hard build next game, but then after that I'm gonna do 3 BC rushes again, if that's fair, because I think I already did 3 BC rushes. I think I did a try-hard game like 2 games ago, but I'll do try-hard next as well, just to keep it interesting. See, we got a different Zerg. Tryhard is bio? No. I don't play bio because it's more turtley than what I do. All bio games end the same, with a shit ton of liberators and ghosts behind a wall, and I have no interest in that. I would actually rather analyze paint drying. Yeah, bio is like not fun at all. That's really the issue. The early game you can't do anything until you have stim. The mid game you can't do anything until you have upgrades, and they're usually outproducing you. And then in a late game you have to sit behind a giant wall. It's just no. I spare you guys from torture here, really. If I wanted to actually play super tryhard Terran versus Zerg, it would be Mass Ghost behind Planetaries, because that is what the matchup is. And people then tell themselves, they're like, oh yes, I love this so much more than moving across the map with 10 Thors while microing Ravens and Hellions against Infestors. I like that way more. If you like turtling behind a wall with mass ghosts, good for you. Good for you. But bio was way better in Heart of the Swarm. If they ever bring back Heart of the Swarm, TVZ or TVP, I'll play bio every game. It was great. It was peak. But as soon as they turned it from like, you know, taking all the bases and parade pushes, big rallies and multi-prongs, and once it became, okay, yeah, you've reached your 4th base now. You are not able to cover all of your areas, so you have to keep your whole army until you're ready to move out and push. It's just snooze fest. You can call me a turtle all you want. As soon as I hit 200 supply, I put my fucking foot through the gas pedal. At least I can step onto creep and kill somebody. That is my favorite. Pretty standard opener. I didn't rush the bunker because there's no need since he's gone for a pretty straight up build. Nothing unusual out of the Zerg player. And since it's a new fresh meat, I did promise you guys a try hard game, right? We could do. I won't double battle cruiser rush this guy, okay? We'll do a real build. We'll do a real build this game. You should watch Glenn play Bio. You would change your mind. This guy thinks that saying I'm 32 years old, I don't want to run in the field anymore and get tackled. He thinks he's like, you should watch an NFL game. You'll change your mind. And I'm like, I don't think he's listening. I don't think he's listening. Hey guys, sitting behind a wall of ghosts is like the most boring thing I can imagine. Don't know what to tell you. As if you want to tell yourself, like, if it makes you happy to think that I hate Bio because I think playing it in 2025 is a slog, then, you know, feel free to believe that. I'm not worried about that PR spreading. My favorite thing is when people come into chat and they like try to make the strategy in the game like as personal as possible, you know? Like they break out the therapy speak about like what unit you like to make the most says about you. It's like some horoscope level shit that makes you go, "What?" You're right, guys. I only build battle cruisers because Mercury is in retrograde. That's why like a month or two ago when it wasn't in retrograde, I said I wasn't building BCs anymore. That's actually the real truth. That's all. I don't even have free will. Everything I do is based off of where Saturn and Mercury are. That is literally it. So if you've got any problems with my strategies, my opinions on things, you know, whether or not my butt is bleached, you know, you gotta just take that up. You're just gonna have to take that up with the manager. I'm not even allowed to have their number, so you gotta go figure that one out on your own. Good luck.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
This is like my 3-base version of the strategy that essentially isn't a super cheese, like rush as fast as possible. Still gets me them at a pretty good time, but more or less the point is I'm still being very greedy and can kind of transition into a normal build out of this, but there's no armories involved, so we don't go pure BC. Probably should have delayed these turrets for it, but let's see. He's already got the Spire, actually, never mind. I'm actually glad we did not delay the turrets now. Suddenly the turrets are an incredible move. So he's rushing Mutalisks, which is fine. Well, then this actually starts to work, so... The only thing I'm worried about is like actually holding this third base, since I don't really have anything that can defend it. But he already has the Spire, so... You aren't actually playing StarCraft. The universe is playing StarCraft through you. Exactly, exactly. Well, if you guys believe in quantum mechanics and like string theory and all that shit, then for all I know, every decision I make is because something 700 million light years away happens to be cosmically intertwined with me, and there's nothing I can fucking do about it. So, there you go. There you go. Take it up with Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch. Yeah, the bitch was a little unnecessary. It's Friday night. I'm still fired up, guys. I didn't say I was falling asleep. Yeah, let's go. We're actually cooking here. Yeah, but this is like his #1 goal, basically, right? Just don't As long as I don't get the third base, it doesn't really matter how much he loses here. You guys need to understand that. He could actually throw away a lot of stuff, and it won't matter. It legitimately will not matter how much stuff he throws away here if I don't get my third base. So that's all you really need to understand about this situation, which is why he's trying so hard, and it's why I'm taking it as seriously as I am. Oh. SCV hold position micro too strong? Oh, yeah? The universe decided that at least one person should play this bizarre style of StarCraft. How about that? What if I told you it's part of God's plan, huh? Will that help? What if our life is like Truman's Show and our lives are being broadcast on the internet for people to salaciously judge us with minimal context and assume wide sweeping things about us with absolutely no way to verify them? Yeah, you know, I couldn't imagine what that's like. That does sound scary. Not bad. I mean, we got like all of his mutas. That's quite good. That's quite good. Let's get another base. He had some mutas for sure. For sure. Ooh, close, close. Hell yeah. Eventually, billionaires will control everything and every. Well, they already do. But we've got people getting fired up in the chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate your passion. Appreciate your passion for self-autonomy. Are there any other topics we need to hit on today's show? How does a guy with 50 corruptors win a game? He needs to dive on the lone BC. Oh man, if only he had you in his ear, man. If only you had that green dot on his helmet, you could. Oh. He's close. He's close. I'm glad he didn't go for it. If I lost that battlecruiser, I don't know if I would have ever emotionally recovered. TBH. Oh. Is he? Oh, is he bringing it with the Hydras? Huh? 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 I mean, I didn't think he was gonna get it, so. Oh, the first time my BCs got low. Yeah, you know, that actually makes sense. I don't even disagree with you. Probably, yeah. You probably should have dove when I had those 3 really low ones. Yeah, I don't even disagree there. Hydras are so bad. He took a terrible fight, too. His position was awful. He didn't focus fire, either. My Thors should not... Actually, I should have lost all my battlecruisers there. I'm still not entirely sure how I pulled that off. Let's do 1 round of just a lot of those guys so we can get a few more Liberators out. I don't have teleport off cooldown anymore, so... I do have to be slightly careful about getting caught if I try to step out. All right. This will be the boldest thing that I do, right? Is like, because he did just jump me there, right? He jumped my army with his stuff, so. Now we come down here. Oh my goodness, bro. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was... Yeesh. I don't know how he thinks... I don't know what kind of legacy he thinks he's building, pulling shit like that, but... Notice he's going into roaches here. He's trying to transition into roaches against my Thors. Wow, that's crazy that he actually put all of that there. That he's got this purple base. Boy, I understand. Honey. That's right, guys. 0 micro here. 0 micro here. Pog. Feels amazing, man, though. I think we're there. I think we've got him. GG. What did he even do with all the corruptors? Did they die? Did I miss that? He did sack them all on that push into me, huh? He did. That's crazy. Now, the only way to really beat this is to just outposition me on the field. You gotta just control your units well, you know? That's why I love this composition. This does what Bio can't. This Zerg player has thousands of gas, hundreds of minerals. He's got all the upgrades. He's got tier 3. He's got 6, 7 bases. But you know what I can do when I get 12 Thors? I cram them down his throat. Like a sack of bricks. Unfortunately, my SCVs did not follow. I'm ashamed of myself for this. That's just embarrassing. Guys. What a game. Minute. He got his lair at 3 minutes. Exactly. How can a Zerg beat this? It's simple. I lose to people who are better than me all the time. You just gotta outplay me. That's really about it. I mean, he just lost to a guy who forgot to bring all of his SCVs with his army. I think that fight would have probably been even worse if I had them. But I can't go back in time and see that reality either. Just one of those things. Oh no, he didn't want this smoke. He didn't want this smoke. GG. Great game. Look at that. Look at us. Two to three Vipers, amazing. Lots of people skip the spellcasters, yeah. A lot. It's, yeah. Most of the time, they won't go further than a few. Most of the time, they won't go further than like a few, most of the time, they won't go further than a few. Like infestors. But Vipers are pretty rare. So they're like the really high level players that I don't beat. They usually just go like crazy Viper or Corruptor, and they usually do get Vipers with it. Yeah, for sure. Really good players will do that. Most players will just kill you by overwhelming you, because as good as the army is, like if the Hellions aren't in the right spot and the Zerg uses Lings, like that army can actually die really fast. People who watch this stream for more than just the last day or two, you guys have seen me lose to Ultras and stuff. Like if I'm in a super wide open position and they're able to get like 13 of them out, like in a huge crazy endgame swing, like that used to be what I would lose to the most. And that was a big part of what got me back to using Liberators a lot, because the battlecruisers don't really deal with Ultras that well. Like you can Yamato them, but like, it's kind of insane to think about a game where you have BCs that are free to Yamato Ultras. But yeah. Ultralisks are bad versus heavy Thor comps. Well, again, I mean, your opinion and experience is obviously different from my gameplay, but a lot of the games that I've played, when I push out with those Thors and they take out enough of the support units, like just the Thors on their own, that typically is a problem. I'm very good about keeping a few Hellions alive, so usually Lings aren't enough. But actually Ultralisks is the #1 thing that I lose to because of that, because they're very fast, they deal great damage, and assuming I don't have Liberators, Hellions do nothing. So, but you're right, Thors are great versus Ultralisks. You know, I'm just saying that the really high level players I go up against, they're very good at using Ultras in that way. And I find that that's usually what gets me the most. Because Thors, they two-shot Hydras, always. So, like, Thors are never bad against Hydralisks. If they decide that they want to go Hydras, even if they pull you in, you know, it's all about trying to control where and how that engagement happens. So if they're trying to abduct your Thors, that means they're not going after your Liberators. And if they're trying to go after your Liberators, then you can split them and kind of micro them. And the beautiful thing is there is no, oh, it's just this. Like again, no matter how many times I say it, I really don't feel like anybody will get it, or at least express that they get it. But the reason why I play this style is because it's not that easy, guys. It's not... I know it's easy to say that I'm a bad player who plays an easy style, but people wouldn't call me a smurf if that was the case, right? So, anyway. I like the back and forth. My favorite thing is that it's not obvious. It's like playing versus Bio. Do you want to go Ling, Bane, Muta? Do you want to go Hydra, Lurker, Bane? Do you want to go Ling, Infester? You know, back in the day anyway. Like, you just kind of make that choice. But yeah, Thor, Liberator, Hellion is crazy strong. And if you ask me, downright OP. But nobody plays it, so it'll never get adjusted, which is great. I love living in those spaces where I can be very experimental in StarCraft. That's how I have fun, anyway. But also, again, my favorite thing about Thors is that you can go out on the map and kill a Zerg player once you have enough of them. You can't be forced into a turtle game if you max out on Thors in TVZ. You just can't. You can't be forced into a dragged out turtle match. It just can't happen. Alright, I think he proxy reapered us, so we're probably dead. But I will at least wait for him to kill my Reaper just in case. Yeah, so there you go. He did just throw away one. He did just throw away one of his Reapers. All right. Well, he's trying to be fancy, and that's counteracting. He's trying to be a little too fancy there. So thankfully he threw, which is nice. Yeah, I don't think there's an easy counter to a well microed army of Thors with Hellion and Liberator support. I don't think it exists. Most people just aren't creative enough to imagine playing mech without building 15 siege tanks. So I have my own little world I get to live in. Nobody bothers me. Mind control and lurkers. Yeah, people try those sometimes too. That's why it's really important to have the Liberators, especially. Being able to put Liberators with range deep over where the Hydras are, so you can try and get Infestors that are burrowed underneath. That's a really big part of my build. It's like a really big part of the focus of my strategy. Try and cover for those things. But yeah, if I overextend, Neural Parasite has cost me many games as well. I don't have 100% win rate, you know? Just keep rotating, wreck a base, and leave. That's what I do with my Cyclones, man. That's what I do with my Cyclones. That's what I love. My favorite thing about these styles is I can get out on the map, right? Like, I don't need stim. I don't need none of that shit. We're good. We're ready to go. We're ready to rock. This is a build in TVT that can give us a huge amount of map control. This used to be pretty good versus Protoss before the Stalker buff, but you have to go 2-factory against Protoss these days.
Research is ready.
State your request. I get ya. SCV ready. Right away.
So the idea here, the main goal, is to just try and keep our eyes on when and if he tries to move out of his base. We can make a play for when he floats his third command center over. And then, more or less, we want to buy as much time as possible while we contain as hard as possible and go into battle cruisers as quickly as possible. That's it. Why not just tank Viking? He just doesn't get it. You're one of those guys who always thinks about finishing, huh? You don't try different stuff ever, right? You're just like, get me to the end so I can do the next thing, right? I don't think I'm capable of explaining it to you. If you can't understand why a Twitch streamer would intentionally play off meta to keep things fresh, then there's probably no way I could communicate it to you. Please don't take it personally. I just don't have an answer for you. He's got a lot. Oh, yeah. Well, again, that's where the greed part of this comes in big time. Because he's still contained. We still know he's in there, right? We still know he's in there. But it's basically a timer that starts the moment that he moves out. So, the moment he moves out, he could basically base trade us and end it. But right now, we have a lot of money coming in, right? Like, temporarily, our income is very high, which supports the production of all of this stuff that we need, right? All these BCs. See, that's good to know too, right? I just saw that with my little guy I had in the corner. So he is going to try and go for some side swipe type plays, which is good to know about. It's good for us to have some level of awareness there. And then this is what I was basically just hoping for the whole time, to be able to like snipe his base. I don't know if I'll get it. Nah. It was a good try. It was a good try. But basically, depending on how fast he pushes us, we could have a bunch of PFs up to slow him down, and we go straight for the immediate base race. Oh yeah, he flew his guys straight into my BCs, thankfully. But he just took his third. So, depending on how fast he attacks us, how hard he hits us, there's a lot that could still happen or not happen. But I think we just got to send the BCs in and hope. He's already got double starport, which is maybe more of a problem. Yeah. So we're just straight into base trade, but we're probably gonna lose. We're probably gonna lose just because he has a second starport. I didn't realize he could make that many Vikings. But this is what it usually happens, right? You get into the base trade, you try to get things in a good spot, but the game went exactly the way that I said it would. The moment that they break out is the most important thing. It's just unfortunate for me he committed that hard to the Vikings early on, so he had a little bit more anti-air than I was expecting. Obviously, I mean, even if I expected it, right? Like, there's only so much you can do in that situation. Must drive his significant other crazy, yeah. Well, I think he said he can't do anything other than watch, so I get it. He's actively participating. I don't blame him for that. I recognize you're the guy that posts on Reddit a ton too, right? It's a familiar. He's in a lot of threads. They say China's not exporting silver anymore. Is that it? Is the squeeze on? All right, we got a barcode Protoss. Since he's a barcode, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. We're just going to go one base. There's no reason to assume that this guy is going to give us a nice, relaxing macro game. So we're just going to bring the heat. If he doesn't cannon rush us, that's like the only build that really hits faster than mine. We'll see. No scout, so probably a proxy, right? There are no high-level Protoss players that don't probe scout, so it means something. It means something. I'll just keep looking around for it if we don't find it. I mean, anybody who would just play a regular straight-up macro PVT without probe scouting is an absolute fucking psychopath. Because I don't know how he's going to hold this push with no information at all. So that's why I'm like, there's got to be a dark shrine in the corner of the map. Like, most of the time, a player that would do this is doing it because they don't care. But you have to, like, understand there's a reason someone doesn't care, right? It's like, in their mind, they think their strategy covers enough gaps that if they don't know what I'm doing, it won't matter, because if I don't have detection, I'm going to lose. Or if I don't, you know what I mean? If I try to be aggressive to him in a way he's not ready for, the DTs will still pull me back. Like, typically, that's my thought process when a Protoss doesn't probe scout. Because, again, there's the idea of going, like, Gateway, Nexus, Core against this build is like, you know, you're huffing paint cans at that point. Like, that's some crazy shit. All right, let's go get it. Let's go get it. Yeah, see, he's just out. He's just out and ready for that. But that's not necessarily the worst thing that can happen if I get a little bit of vision play here. I want to keep him away from his batteries. That's like, it's important to understand this is also, I'm also like baiting him incredibly hard right now, so. I was hoping he'd take the bait and stay low ground, but oh damn. Look at that. He's already got that wall off. He's got that robo crushing. He's got that robo crushing and running and gunning. Yeah, so like I said, right? Like it was pretty obvious that he had to be going DTs in this situation. Something like that anyway. I don't have another scan is the only issue, but we'll see it. I'm like a few seconds away from it, more or less, so we'll see. Yeah, and now he's in trouble because I'm gonna guess he might have a prism in my base, like maybe. But I do have a turret in my main mineral line, so we'll just see what happens. Yeah, he's already given his base up. He's already given it up completely. So just go for the Nexus. Pylon wall. Isn't this so much better than getting blink contained for like 30 minutes, right? Yeah, you don't really have enough stuff, right? That's kind of still the problem. Like, honestly, like, realistically, how many DTs can he make, right? Because now he finds himself in, like, a really awkward spot. That's it. Game. How about them apples? Did I not tell you guys from the very beginning of this game how obvious it was? There are literally no Protoss players. Go watch any tournament. Go watch literally any high-level StarCraft game. Go find a Protoss player who doesn't probe scout versus Terran. Good fucking luck. If you don't probe scout, all you're doing is screaming at the top of your lungs, "I'm not scared because I have a secret weapon!" Which is like, I mean, come on, guys. I'm Nathanias, like #1 supervillain in StarCraft history, okay? If anybody understands monologuing and throwing games, it's me, okay? It's me. GG. That's what we do. That's what we do. Let's go next. My sacrilegious play style. Wearing my fancy clothes and dancing. Dancing. Can you believe this man's not afraid to dance? Let's go next, baby. Guys, Korean Grandmaster right here. Korean GM. This is like my third ladder session there. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hey, Nate, did you get hit by the floods? No, we're safe. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. It did flood pretty badly by mom and dad's, but they are okay. It didn't get to them. It just was like, you know, they're by the Skagit, but thankfully the dike held up by them, so they were fine. But it got pretty crazy over there. There were quite a few spots that ended up flooding, but no, we're good. We're good. Our family's all right. Nothing going on. So, thank you for asking. But yeah, you're in Seattle and it almost got you. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, Bellingham is like what I've read about it is it's actually more of a swampland out here. So their concern is mostly that there will be some more mudslide type action potentially because the water content of the soil is very high, which can basically make it erode and stuff like that. So yeah, I think they have like basically a warning out where they're like, hey guys, keep that in mind. You know, the ground's a little more mushy. But it didn't like super flood. my duck pond, went up like seven feet higher. So they have like a steel construction art thing in there, and it's almost completely underwater. It went up a lot, but like it didn't flood, so it didn't end up flooding. So we're good. We are good. You got lots of family in Bellingham. Yeah, nice. It's nice. It's nice out here. We moved up here in July, so we moved up here in July. Yeah, it's like way higher. All the ducks, like they were eating like the grass and like the reeds and stuff in the pond, but it rained so much that the water level went up to the point where they just over in like the new area, if that makes sense, like the new part of the pond that exists now, and they're like eating the more fresh grass there that's now underwater, I guess. I don't know. Yesterday morning, though, when we went for our walk before we went down to the in-laws, there were like 12 Canadian geese there. It was awesome. I'll pull it up on my phone and show you guys in a little bit, but it was pretty sweet. There have been a bunch of baby ducks at the pond recently, but in the last day, we actually saw like 12 full-grown Canadian geese, big ones. So that was pretty tight. Yeah, make sure you guys are following the stream. Make sure you subscribe if you can. All right, give yourself less ads to deal with. You deserve it. All right, it's not about me at this point. It's for you. Appreciate it, big time. And I post a crap ton of stuff these days on my YouTube channel. So much more than I ever have in the past. I've been doing really, really well with it. It's been doing better than it ever has. So make sure you check out YouTube/Nathanias as well. I appreciate you. And big, yeah, again, just big thanks to everybody tuning in today. And I hope that things are going well for you wherever you are in the world. So appreciate you. We get a new level of crazy every day out here in the States, but it's a great comfort to me to be able to take solace in something that I really enjoy and that I love, and come on here and play StarCraft and step away from the world for a little bit and just enjoy a good game, you know? So that's what I like to do. That's why I'm here, and I hope that I'm able to bring you a little bit of distraction or peace from anything you've got going on, and yeah. Thanks. My favorite thing about this, too, is this opener reveals nothing. It's like, yeah, I made some cyclones, basically. That's it. I'm like, yeah, I made some cyclones. Not much else. Meh. They like the fresh salad? Hell yeah. Yeah, cyclones are a great catch-all unit, you know? Most people don't build them or, like, understand them, so they kind of just write them off, and they're like, why would you build this shitty unit? But it's like, you know, they really are a Swiss Army knife that it's, like, not necessarily very durable, but it's, like, when used correctly and given space, like, it can absolutely be, you know, one of the most valuable and important tools in your box. So... you know, I don't really sweat it or worry about it too much. Oh, take it! Oh no! almost, sorry. Guys, what a rush. I almost did something fun there. Oh, that would have made my whole day. Now I don't have a day anymore. That's it. That's it, guys. 2025 has been ruined. That's the last straw. I couldn't steal his reactor. I was right there. I put it in, too. I put it in and nothing happened. Those aren't words I want to say out loud. Well, we're back into the same situation that we were in before, which is we're going to try get up to that 3 base core as hard as we can. And the goal of this is purely to contain him as long as possible. Contain him as long as possible. Get up to big BCs. And yeah, that's really it. If I kill this, that's gonna be it, man. Like, that's it. He's gonna lose his mind. Please! No, I'm not allowed to. Nathan, that's so messed up. Did you really think you were gonna get that one, too? Like, that's just... That's like... Yeah, dude, I get so greedy, man. I get so greedy, okay? I just... My eyes... I'm seeing red. I had to get the command center. I had to.
Your add-on is you've depleted that mineral field. You've mined out some of your minerals.
Hey, Juniors, Merry Christmas. Say you need another. See, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. Got a tank. Okay, he knows about the battle cruisers. That's fine. I mean, he's always going to find out at some point, right? That's inevitable. Looks like he was going for a huge doom drop that has now been put on hold, so that's great. What's he gonna do? Just siege the outside of the PF and play the angle on it? Is that his goal? Or was he just going for the streamer base? Oh yeah, he's just running over and catching us now. Is that it? Is that it? If I retake this base, like he'll just... Oh yeah, he's just waiting for it. He's just waiting for it. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. Is he gonna catch this? Is he just gonna catch this out on the map? Oh, he's right there. He's trying to make it seem like he's not following me, but I think he really just wants to do the doom drop more than anything. That's kind of where I'm at. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, it was just like, he was just trying way too hard. Like, come on. He was trying way too hard. What did he think? What did he think I was gonna do? Just let him have that? Like, are you kidding me? Oh man, yeah, you're right. I should clip that. You're right, I absolutely should clip that. That was pretty sick, actually, now that I think about it. Thanks, One Shot. All right. Let's hope we don't just run into him in the middle of the map again, huh? That would be nice. I think I have too many SCVs. Yeah, I've got a lot. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's take the top left corner and see how long it takes him to go snipe that too. We'll see.
Yes, Commander.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yes, Commander.
Your SCVs are under attack.
Yeah, he's got a guy there.
Yes, Commander.
I would love your armories. Oh my god, dude. Please. Wow, Value Town. We just took a trip. You telling me I trade one battle cruiser for both of your armories and your natural? That was a cruel ploy. Sign me up for another.
Upgrade ready. Noise.
Moving into position.
Your command center's got some new toys.
Standing by. Perfect.
Research complete.
Oh, he's coming.
Your base is getting blasted. Your add-on is complete.
Yeah, but it's like you can turn them off in this situation, but you're no longer getting like, you know, you're no longer getting the best deal on your auto insurance. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're just not. Wah! Thank you, Phelan. Thank you.
It's been far too long since I've stopped by, but life is crazy.
Streets
A late
over
Merry Christmas.
and
As for
over.
me, I go by this name now. Transgender Pride. Firm BTW.
It's over and over that you don't know why. You wouldn't let me lose control. This is how it's going to be, though, right? He's going to put 1,000,000 turrets on either side of the map, and I think he wants the 55-minute match. That's the vibes I'm getting here. He just goes straight to my guys on the map, so I won't be able to battlecruiser backstab him really. I basically caught him one time, but he's making it as much of a pain in the tuchus. He's making it as much of a pain in the tuchus as possible. That's fine. Those guys are going there. These guys are going there. Yeah, I think we made this guy angry too. He's playing mad. He's bringing it. Crazy. He's a greedy boy too, though. He also wants that money. We both want it. We fighting over that night shift like nothing else.
You've depleted that mineral.
Actually, the biggest thing that's going to make me lose this game, I totally forgot about my upgrades. I haven't gotten any in a while. That's been the story of this game, though, right? He just kind of clicked on everything I put out on the map. That's about it. There's not too much I can do here. GG. Let's go next. Hey, hope you and Katie are doing well. It's been far too long since I've stopped by, but life is crazy. A late Merry Christmas. As for me, this is my new username. Therm, by the way. Hell yeah. Well, thank you, Faye. Hope you've been well. Let's go next. Yeah, that guy was a lot better than me, too. Good, thank you. 117 month sub. Literal God. Literal God. Thank you, thank you. When League of Legends, stay posted, man. Gotta stay tuned. There was a exploit on people's accounts in Tarkov. Is that real? Do you guys hear about that? Trying to catch up on some of my memes. Was there drama in the Tarkov space this week? Are we getting there, guys? Is this it? Are we running out of people to play against? This is a lot longer than I've streamed for a little bit, so I'm just about fine wrapping up here if we don't get another game in the next minute or two. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me though. People's accounts are breached even with 2FA. That's the drama. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's I saw that headline and I'm like, that doesn't look like the kind of, that doesn't really look like that would be a fake news kind of thing unless you played Tarkov and you were like rage baited by it. But I don't play Tarkov, so I was just like, is that real? More or less. Hey, Foreman, I appreciate your passion for justice, but that's absolutely not the thing for me to get into here. Absolutely not. You wonder if your account got cooked too? Yeah, I mean, I guess I have an account. I can't really say I'd be that disappointed if my Tarkov account got stolen, but I guess I hope they can't do anything else with it. I haven't played it in probably like 7 or 8 years. Been a long time since I attempted that. Somebody told me it was like a super realistic game, and then I was like, oh, there's ladders on the buildings, but you can't climb ladders. And I'm like, there's nothing realistic about this game. And then I uninstalled it. Oh, it's realistic because it's a really difficult game for like a million reasons other than gameplay? Oh. And then, you know, that's when you step away and you're like, ugh. Can't believe it. I found Nathanias. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? That is an unpronounceable name, so I won't even attempt. But welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. He's trying to make small talk? Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I just don't feel like soapboxing about anything today. Only realistic thing is the gunplay. Yeah. Maybe, right? Maybe. I'm like, if this game was realistic, I could like take one of these random Jeeps in the level and like put my, put my foot down on like the gas pedal or something, like crash it into something, you know what I mean? Like you'd be able to do some crazy shit with the stuff on the map. But it's more like, it's like, oh yeah, well, you have to drink water or your character dies. And if you get shot, you have to bandage it or you bleed to death. And I'm like, that's it. That's when they say that it's more realistic. That's it. So. Oh, well, you see, if your character gets slowed down because you were shot in the leg, you can drink an energy drink and then you'll run 3% faster. And it's like, wow. Wow, guys. Incredible. You've found a way to add sock folding to first-person shooters. Congratulations. You guys would love this game called StarCraft Brood War, okay? It is the least user-friendly game ever made, and everybody in it loves that part about it. All right, you guys would do great over here. Look at that Evo chamber block. That's hot. Nobody's Evo chamber blocked me before. I don't think that's ever happened to me as a Terran. Maybe he thinks I was a Protoss. He might have thought it was ZVP at the start. I don't know. Do I believe there will ever be a StarCraft 3 or Warcraft 4? Ever? Yeah, I do think so. Yeah. I'm 32 years old. By the time if I make it to like 70, there's probably going to be a StarCraft 3 at some point there. I do believe that. Now, if you're 60 and you're wondering if it'll be out by the time you're 70, well, I don't really have any copium to give you there. You can't bunny hop 15 feet horizontally while carrying 40 kilograms? I haven't watched enough alpha male YouTuber videos to be able to do that. I'm just out here watching Donkey and Kit Boga. They're not really telling me how to be a man, so I don't know. It's the only way I'll ever be able to bunny hop sideways carrying 40 kilograms. Okay, I'm having too much fun now. I'm sorry. Getting a little rowdy. How's the player base? You know, I don't think they really publish those numbers. They used to give us, like, every year before BlizzCon, we'd always have this big shebang NDA meeting where they, like, show us all the stats for StarCraft for the year, and they're like, this is what was most popular. This was the unit people built the most. Here's how much money we made. Here's how everybody's voice packs did against each other. Here's how many people played across all the regions and all the modes, but they don't actually, like, publicly distribute any of that. So the only person who ever broke that NDA when it was still relevant was Total Biscuit. They weren't going to do shit. Well, he just one based me. That's fine. Let's go next. But Total Biscuit was like one of the only people to ever put that number out. And I think in July 2018, maybe it was like 1.8, 1.9 million monthly like people that would basically interact with the game. I think they said like half of the player base was from China, and then the Chinese servers got turned off due to a licensing dispute because basically, as you guys probably know, you're like basically required to give your IP to sell software in China, and a lot of people don't really realize this, but like Marvel Rivals isn't just like a ripoff of Overwatch. It like is Overwatch. Like they had to give them all of that stuff to make that game to be allowed to sell their shit in Korea or in China. So they they had a dispute. They didn't want to do that, obviously. So there were several years where there were no Blizzard games in China, and then they caved, and now there are. So they're bringing them all back, and I would say that that's increased the player base a little bit just because there's been more activity around the game since Blizzard started updating it again. We had our first patch written by Blizzard in 4 years this year. So if you want to know in one sentence my feelings on StarCraft right now, how the game is, the esports scene is more or less like it's just a bubble of people pretending that it still exists, more or less. And otherwise, there's still a lot of people who play the game. And Blizzard did come back to start updating it. So the game is getting updated by Blizzard again, which is, you know, that's really what I'm about. That Dark Code guy did not want to play TVT. But yeah, the esports scene is in about the worst place it's ever been, but it's also gotten the first patch from Blizzard in 5 years. So those are two pretty, you know, tough things, but if you asked me 6 months ago, I would have told you the game hasn't been updated by Blizzard since 2019, and it was, you know, in a pretty horrific spot. But it's gotten quite a bit better in the last few months because of Blizzard's return. Just my opinion. Like, the balance discussion's been completely ruined by the fact that there just aren't actually enough pro gamers to fill tournaments anymore. So you just have tons of amateurs come in, and obviously all these qualifiers are best of one, so guess what race is the best in best of ones where you don't know anything about the other player? That's about it. The competitive StarCraft scene is mostly just people debating whether online cups that are worth $25 total prize pool should be counted as a Ligulac Premier Tournament weighted stats. That's unironically a regular debate now, because there's like 1 or 2 major offline events a year. We got a Zerg this game, though. So it's like, I think playing StarCraft is actually better right now than it has been in a while. But there's not, like, exactly a whole lot going on still, so. It is December, though. Isn't, like, December always Home Story Cup time? Is there... I feel like I didn't hear anything about that this year. I don't know. Yeah, people try to determine, like, balance off weekly cups that maybe a quarter of the actual, like, Premier Pros play in, and all they do is argue with each other about trying to get their shitty ideas forced into the game, using that as justification. So it's, you know, it mostly is just people balance raging. But aside, I would say there's more people playing because they started updating the game again, which to me is the most important thing. I think them updating the game, especially the fact that it's coming from Blizzard, that to me is the most bullish indicator possible. So you could throw out a lot of like what ifs or what about this, but I would just say game is being updated by Blizzard. The bar is much higher this year from the last several years, in my opinion. And there is going to be a StarCraft event at BlizzCon next year. So, well, StarCraft is going to be a part of the Classic Games Celebration event. Sorry, I should say. It doesn't have its own event, but it's going to be a part of BlizzCon in some way, which it was not before. Trying to make this wall like 2 to 3% more sturdy. I think the accessibility is raised, not necessarily quality of updates. I don't really know. I mean, I don't even know what attempting to argue with that would look like. I think you're agreeing with me. A lot of the updates they've released have had accessibility improvements. You know, you have to be pretty brain rotted to only think of StarCraft 2 in a competitive sense. Like, it's a video game. You know, it has levers and buttons. You can put nicer buttons in certain places, right? Like, the levers don't all have to be made out of rusted metal just to prove that you're badass enough to play the game. Those updates that have come out in the last month or two have also had quality of life improvements that are very, very nice. In fact, the first patch Blizzard put out themselves in 5 years had more quality of life updates than I believe we have seen in almost the entire history of the game in one single patch. Seriously, go read them. If you're bored, if you got 20 minutes to kill, go read the patch notes from the last big update. from like October, the first week of October update. Go read the patch notes. It'll take you 20 minutes. You won't even know what half of the stuff is. But they're doing it. There's a lot of it. I can tell you the changes they made so that Thors can push aside other mechanical units. Those are some of the biggest, that was one of the biggest buffs to my playstyle ever. You know how often my Thors used to get stuck behind my tanks or my Hellions, and I couldn't really do that much about it? Like, do you understand how common of an occurrence that was? And now my Thors just push Hellions or Hellbats away. Like, Ultralisks push Lynx. Like, those are both things now. And it's so hard to put into words why a lot of little things like that are so fucking nice to have. Did they completely revamp Protoss? No. Did they completely revamp, like, really anything? You could argue, I mean, they put Darkswarm in the game for Zerg. Like, Zerg has Darkswarm now. They redid Psystorm. They made some pretty big changes. But for Terran, they were just like, yeah, we're going to put a ton of quality of life in. We're going to make these units more responsive. We're going to make it so you can use rapid fire to siege your liberators. Seems benign. Seems almost, you know, meaningless. But at the same time, when you play the game and you're moving your units around, you're also like, holy shit, my units aren't getting stuck on each other. So the fact that they can still make improvements like that and they come from Blizzard, that to me, it's just huge. The number one thing that StarCraft needs if it wants to grow its player base is accessibility, right? You need the game to be more playable for people because the game is crazy difficult and there's a lot of stuff in it that like there's like a lot of boring stuff in the game that really doesn't serve a purpose other than to make it more difficult. But then you have like two groups of people. You have a group of people who believe that the skill cap of the game has already been reached. And they're afraid that if you make any changes, you're automatically lowering the skill cap. But then there's the people like me who believe that StarCraft 2 has so many different things that can happen in a game that the skill cap hasn't even been close to being reached. And in that case, accessibility improvements to try and lower the floor are a little bit easier pill to swallow. So those are like, you know, kind of two diametrically opposing views on the issue inside of StarCraft. I think a lot of casual players would probably have my opinion that you want the game to be, you want to have a lower skill floor. But there are a lot of people who play StarCraft that firmly believe there is absolutely no possible way to lower the skill floor without also lowering the skill ceiling. Because they believe that the skill ceiling has been reached in StarCraft. So that's like the toughest thing, more or less. But there are a lot of people who believe the skill cap has been reached. And that because of that, you cannot make anything easier because then the game changes completely. So, yeah. They think that if you like removed one task that a player had to do in a game, they would magically do all of the other ones perfectly. Those, yeah, so I don't know. If you can think of a third perspective on that, go for it, but I think that's kind of like where it's at. That's my understanding of it anyway. I think I was pretty fair to the other side. I don't think I just called them idiots or wrong. I think that it's entirely possible that I'm wrong, and StarCraft 2 is a much simpler game than I thought. But you know, my ego is also tied to this game, so I'm not going to say StarCraft 2 is a simple game. I'm going to say it's a very deep, complex game with lots and lots of cool shit. So they're arguing that Serral is the skill cap. Yes, unironically. There are people who make their balance argument that Zerg is underpowered because Serral is at the skill cap. And that's it. They're like, that's it. That is an argument that is regularly made. I mean, Raynor plays a bunch of League of Legends. He kind of like fell off on the Aligulac ratings, but Serral, you know, Serral's still basically doing like crazy well, especially in Premier events. So people have to like fudge the numbers as hard as possible to make it sound like it's completely unrelated, you know? Just kind of silly stuff, but people who are emotionally invested in getting buffs for their own race, well, they'll never run out of reasons. You'll find that they never run out. There's actually no number of things that you could possibly change that fix it. Temporarily embarrassed millionaires. I'm just one balance patch away from being a pro gamer, guys, right? I'm just one balance patch away from winning millions of dollars in this game, right, guys? What about queen auto-injecting? Dude, they just need to get rid of queens. Just make hatcheries build shit faster and put hydras on tier 1. And then your pearl clutching racist grandma goes, but you can't give Zerg tier 1 anti-air. I'm like, okay. Can we send her to the old folks home and, you know, continue trying to improve the game? Thank you. Somebody please ask her to leave the room. Yeah, I should sign up in the weekly cups. I alone could actually help break the Aligulac stats because there's so few competitive players in there, right? Even if I just sign up and lose, people will be like, guys, Protoss versus Terran win rates are getting even worse. Look at this weekly cup. But yeah, the pearl clutching from people is legendary. What they really mean to say is, I don't want to have to learn something new. But like, I don't know what to tell you guys. Queens suck. Everybody wants to pretend like the problem with putting hydras on tier 1 is that they'd be too good. Uh-huh. Funniest shit I ever heard in my life. This isn't Gumiho, right? Not real, right? I can't. It's not really Gumiho, is it? Fake? Okay. Okay. Thank you. My heart started racing. Big fan. GL. Oh my god. I've never hit Gumiho on the ladder. That would be crazy. He's my fan too. I don't see any issue with that. So, what's wrong with Gumiho being a fan of this guy? He's the real one? You know, maybe it's like Nicolas Cage, and I should just, you know, let that mystery kind of be there. It's his little brother, Tumio. Oh, that's the most adorable thing I've ever heard. I don't know why that sounds... I don't... You scratched a weird itch I didn't know I had with that. That's funny. Great wordplay. Great wordplay. Oh, I'm like, oh my goodness, guys. I feel like I just pounded like 5 monsters, I feel like. Oh, I saw his name and I'm like, I have played against 3 Korean Grandmasters today, so... Once upon a time, there were so few people laddering on Korea that when I went to play on Korea, I ran into 4GG so many times in a row that somebody from his stream came into my chat and donated and said, please play on a different server. 4GG's only matched you for 3 hours. And I'm like, do you think I tried to queue into him? Oh, see, he's going straight into reactored Vikings, though. But the idea here, Cyclone Raven contain, 1 SCV to spot on the side, and we try to... Should probably try to squeeze... I think maybe I've just been a little bit too greedy today with some of it, because I really wanted to get out more of the... I really wanted to get to the BCs faster, but I have gotten crushed by the pushes, right? But since he's playing mech, since he's, you know, if he's going to roleplay as Gumio, then he's probably going to play mech, which means... Vikings will be a huge pain in the butt. So I say we just kind of, you know, we don't... Again, this contain, I guess, will kind of become more of a factor, but... It's bad luck I ran into his Reaper there. Oh man, he was ready for that. He caught me. He jumped me. Well, at least I got my third way faster than him. It's about all I can really count on here. Sometimes part of the reason why I feel like I skip those tanks is because I'm like, I make so few of them. Do they really have that impact? Sometimes the answer is maybe yes, but never 100% sure. Could he have the forward third? I did try to scout for it like once or twice, but I never really got eyes on it. So maybe. He shut down my attempt to scout it pretty heavily. So I just think because his command center was building here, it's like more likely, but sometimes all I can do is make an educated guess based on the information in front of me, and there's not really a whole lot of room to just assume beyond that. But like, he's still pretty clearly in his base, right? He's chilling. I don't see any upgrades yet. So this guy here, this guy here. But I have all the money coming in that I need to make BCs, so... And he hasn't pushed me yet, so... The intent of this strategy is usually to force a base trade, because that's what happens when you're this greedy. You don't really get to make a giant turtle army. I know you guys fantasize about the turtle army, but you don't really get to make the turtle army. The whole point is to be as greedy as imaginable, with a paltry force set to create space, more or less. The only thing the Cyclone's doing right now is just letting me know if he leaves his base. And then I have to make a decision based on how many battlecruisers I have, what my upgrades are, whether or not I think I can transition into another base, or if I have to get anything else. There's not really transitioning with this build, but you kind of know what I mean, like game phase style. Do I have to teleport into his base? Do I have to force it early to pull him home, etc.? Because he's going to make nothing but Vikings at some point. But it's not necessarily unwinnable, because he might make a mistake, right? People make mistakes. He's human. I just got to outplay him. The cool thing is, I'm not going to drag you guys into a 50-minute TVT. You're watching this and you're thinking, oh man, this could be a really long one. I am going to max out on battlecruisers and teleport everything directly on top of him. And we're just going to see what happens. I just want you guys to all be aware of that. That's how this ends. I don't know what you heard about me, but I promise you, we absolutely do not sit on our asses and play 50-minute games here. Bum, bum, bum. But what he's doing right now doesn't really matter, so. He's got a mech army. Looks pretty reasonable, right? Nothing crazy. Is he fine? Is he coming? We actually did get a lot. We actually did build a pretty sizable fleet. I beat Gumiho. No, I would never make that claim. I just imagine that's how people feel when they see my name in the game. Sometimes, you know, that's why I try not to take stuff personally. People get excited. They do meme builds. What a rush. What a rush it was to let myself believe for a moment this could have been. What could have been? Oh, he had 2-2 for the ground, and I had 2-2 for the air.
Hope you and your family
That's a big
had
one.
a nice Christmas.
Yo, Mike, thank you for the 10 months. Hope you and your family had a great Christmas. Yeah, we had a nice time. We like I said, we went up to the in-laws' house. Had actually, my mother-in-law tried to make some pretty hardcore non-breaded chicken tenders for me. Just like some good stuff. That was actually really nice. I had that, some bread rolls, salad, and my brother-in-law brought a giant ham he got from his job. That was apparently very nice. So we had ham, we had some ham, we had some chicken. It was a good day. It was a good day. My golden retriever played with our nephews, who are like, I think maybe like a year and a half, 4 and 7. So they were all playing with the golden. You know my dog. He loves playing with kids. He just it's always like, you got to be careful because he'll try to climb into a toddler's lap, right? He'll try to do it very lovingly and without hurting them, but he still can't do that because, he's 80 pounds of gold. So can't just let my dog climb on everybody. But he had so much. They had such a blast. It was a great time. And didn't really get up to too much. We just kind of hung out. Had a couple beers, watched the football game. Check his profile, see if he's real. Let's see. Gumiho? No, he's not. It's not Gumiho. That was the first game he played today. So you see, this guy's probably actually Korean then, based on his playtime, right? His last win was 11 hours ago. Actually, no, Nathan, that would have been really late at night. No, yeah, that's what I mean, Nathan. He played 11 hours ago, went to sleep, and he just woke up. What time is it in Seoul right now? Let's see. What time is it in Seoul right now? It's 11:20 a.m. So he played until midnight, went to sleep, and got back on. Bruh, I respect that. This man is grinding. This is a man who is grinding. He is grinding from 11 a.m. to midnight. Look at this. This is a man who grinds StarCraft, sleeps, and gets back to grinding StarCraft. He picked a great name for that. I gotta pee, I guess. So I'll be right back and we'll play a few more games. How does that sound? I'm gonna start to get tired at some point, so I don't want to have to tell you I'm tired. I don't want to get to the point where I'm performing so poorly that I have to make that excuse for you guys. So I promise we'll play 3 to 5 more games, and then I'm gonna make myself stop so that I don't reach a point where it's just not interesting anymore. How about that? But I do have to go, so I'll be right back. All right. Let's do it. Let's get this dog and pony show on the road. Thank you, Boom Shakalaka, for the follow. Appreciate it. Why, thank you. Let's get it. If the queues are like really bad or we don't get games, you know, I'll just wrap it, but I hope you guys had a great holiday. Barca TVT. Let's do it. Nate, in a best case scenario, if you could... Damn. If you could create a macro or special hotkey in SC2, what would it be? Like a best case scenario? I mean, if there were no rules, I feel like everybody would probably universally agree that you could pretty easily make a macro to automatically inject your hatcheries, right? Like if macros were allowed, injecting automatically would be like kind of easy. Right? Because you can inject via minimap, which means, like hypothetically speaking, you could make a script that knows that the hatchery is a different size on the minimap from all the other buildings, and thus, depending on the color that you have set for yourself on the minimap, like you could know and script it to select all the queens, tap V, and then left click on each one of those larger things. But like that doesn't necessarily guarantee they'll do it if you're controlling them still, but I just think that's probably the fastest way you could script it, but obviously that wouldn't, you know, that's assuming that you were allowed to anyway. I can't think of anything that would be more useful than that. I can't think of any, like, macro or script that I would want for Terran. Like, maybe splitting bio, splitting Marines, splitting stuff in general could be cool. Yeah, obviously I'm on team remove inject. You know. Don't worry though, guys. There's a bunch of other dudes in their 30s who think that this 15-year-old game would not survive putting Hydras on tier 1. That's what would do it. That's what would bring the castle down. Thank you, Cyber Rider. Appreciate you. I'm actually looking. I'm working on. I'm currently putting together a pretty detailed technical specification for the next thing I'm going to try to vibe code, if you must know. But there's really no reason why I can't program some. Oh my God, 2 of those SCVs weren't doing anything. There's no reason why I can't program some interactivity into the DVD thing. So. Currently, I don't want to like give everything away, but currently, like, let me ask you a question, actually, guys. This is a very useful. Anybody who responds to this, you're going to go up a lot of points, okay? Because this is for everybody. If I made it so that there was a multi-ball function for the DVD bounce, like let's say if somebody subscribed and another logo, just a second DVD logo appeared, would you prefer for them to just simultaneously bounce without collision, or should they bounce off of each other? Should that, you know, do you think it would ruin it if they bounced off of each other and like 5 people subbed and it just looked like a mess for a few minutes? Is that like the worst thing ever? Or should they all just go in between each other so there's more chances of a corner hit? Because I feel like people want the corner hit. But if I make them bounce off each other, that may not happen, or which one do you think it would happen more? Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm sorry if that was a lot. This is the kind of stuff I think about when I'm not streaming, because I'm like, if I added a multi-ball, should they bounce off each other or not? I don't know. So, You guys want see? A bunch of people immediately said collision. Thank you. That's not that's the kind of feedback that I can't just get. You know, I can't just know stuff like that. So I appreciate when we can have a chat about that sort of thing every once in a while. Some of my ideas range from that. Like, I feel like that's a pretty, you know, that feels like pretty safe. It's a pretty good like, excuse me, it's a pretty good like first target for me to aim at with this. But you know, at one point I thought about, well, what if somebody like subbed, or when somebody like resubs, even if there's just like a pop-up with, you know, and it like turns into Arkanoid and the fucking DVD logo is like breaking down the bricks that it hits, you know? I don't know. I was having a little creative jam session the other day, and I was putting together some ideas. But that's, yeah. The DVD bounce logo, but it's Arkanoid. It's Arkanoid Bit Boss, right? Like the Bit Boss type thing, but it's like an Arkanoid bot. Okay. I'm yapping. Sorry. It's TVT. Let's build our expand. We're doing our regular Reaper Raven opener that we've been doing. Or sorry, Cyclone Raven. It looks like he had 2 Reapers. He's got a starport. Nothing crazy here. Have I played anything on the Steam sale? No. Oh my god, I forgot to shill. It's not really shilling, but guys, Bloodstained was free on the Epic Store for like a few days there. Man, Bloodstained was such a good game. I would highly recommend it. I totally forgot to like stream and tell you all to download it, but it was, yeah, it was one of those like Epic Store free game things they've been doing. I think they just changed it to, I don't even remember. I claimed it, but I don't know what it is. But they were giving out Bloodstained Ritual of the Night this last week. That was pretty exciting. And the only game we picked up during the Red Dead Redemption 2 will apparently be free at the end of the year. Dude, that's sick, actually. Thank you for letting me know. I mean, I guess my wife and I already play that a lot, but it can't hurt to have another copy. Kappa. I play Fortnite, so the launcher's not going anywhere. It has yet to hold my family hostage and put me in a glass box underneath a library. So, you know, I'm just kind of like, what can I do? What can I do? How else am I gonna shake my ass as Vegeta with my wife as Bulma after we get a double kill battle cheese royale? How am I gonna do that without the epic launcher? And the sad answer is, I can't. That was like some of the most like technical micro I've tried to do with this. Because the whole point of doing it this way is that, like, you know, he's in some trouble. Here comes trouble, mate. But like, also, I didn't do anything during that either, so it's like, whatever. Didn't know you played Fortnite? Oh, dude, again, you know, it's like, life is stressful. My wife and I both love playing games. There are only so many good co-op games, right? And unfortunately, you know, Resident Evil 5 hasn't exactly been updated in a minute. I was hoping they would do a remake of that, but I guess we're still a ways off from an announcement there. I don't know what they're doing after Requiem. They don't tell us that level of secret stuff, but it'd be nice. But anyway, yeah, no, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. They have like custom games like StarCraft. That's like the easiest thing for me to say. Like that's one of the reasons why we like to play it a lot. So I actually finished 3rd place in the Squid Games last night. You guys don't play the UMS Squid Games map? Are you even gamers? Are you even a real gamer if you've never played the Squid Game use map setting map? Oh, he's like totally got me, huh? GG. Yeah, RE5 remake would be awesome. But yeah, there's like only so many games that you could play a lot with another person like that, right? So we play a lot of Fortnite, and we play a lot of League of Legends. We are both Honor 5, so we don't get matched with as many of the, I guess, angry people who, I guess, play that game. I do think they try to match highly honorable people with each other when they can, so it's just a good time. It's just a good time. Pulp Fiction skins are dropping December 30th. Damn. I'm still waiting for... I thought they were going to release Patrick as a sidekick. How are we going to do SpongeBob and Patrick if they don't have Patrick in the game yet? What's going on? Come on. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? What's the point? Well, it's like, because, you know, we always try to match, right? Like, our favorite skins that we usually wear together, like, we'll do Vegeta Bulma, we'll do Harley and Ivy, we'll do... Obviously, we've been doing a lot of K-pop Demon Hunters. She's Mira. I play Zoe. And then for the other ones, you know, it's like... Spider-Man, Black Cat. Good combo. And then it's usually just me playing as Jigsaw, just generally being a nuisance. So we're pretty... In fact, one of the best things about Resident Evil 9 coming out is that for the first time in 4 fucking years, they're gonna put Chris Redfield back in the item shop. Oh my goodness. They're gonna put Chris and Jill back in the game for the first time in years. They never ever put those on sale, so that's... We're almost more excited for that than the actual game itself. You couldn't get your wife to game at all? Yeah, you know, like, it's just one of those things. Just worked out that way. Just worked out that way. She was friends with somebody that I worked with at conventions. A lot of you guys know me for my StarCraft commentary and streaming and stuff. And if you didn't know, I used to be the host of the World Championship Series for StarCraft 2, back when it was still running. And that led to me getting other events. I used to do PAX in the Penny Arcade Expo. I used to work that for a couple of years until the pandemic, basically. But we were doing PAX East in Boston, PAX West in Seattle, and Katie did kind of like a modeling thing, I guess, more or less. And one of my good friends was a streamer and a model, so she knew her through the non-gaming side of her life, basically. So we just happened to meet at the same restaurant while they were saying goodbye to their normie friends so they could go get drunk with us at the Twitch party, because none of them were allowed in. But when there's an open bar, you say goodbye to everybody you're hanging out with. Not really proud to admit that, but I'm also not wrong. I'm also not wrong. No, when we started dating, it was actually her teaching me how to play Dead by Daylight. Once we were at the point where we were talking about video games anyway, I was like, oh, you play this game? I've always wanted to learn it. And then I left her for dead the very first game we played because I did not know anything at all about how it worked. All I saw was that the exit gate was powered. I opened it, I ran out, and she said, I got hooked. And I was like, can I go back into the map? And she's like, you left? And I'm like, this is literally my first game. I have no idea what I'm doing. So that's one of her favorite stories to tell. You know, for me, it's the very cute moment where I asked her to show me about something that she loved. And for her, it's Nathan left me to die, our first game together. So it really says a lot. But we mostly play Dead by Daylight now when they have the 2v8 mode available. She plays Wraith. I play Albert Wesker. It's a good time. I do have some clips of that I've saved with like the shadow play thing. I just haven't posted them anywhere because I want to put some sort of like edit on it. You didn't make the rules. Yeah, sometimes that's just what happens. Sometimes that's just what happens. Exactly. Trust me, man, if I had a button in front of me that said I could, like, turn off all the pain and suffering, like, man, sometimes, like, I really don't think I would want to not press it, right? But, like, I live in a world where I can't press that button either, so I gotta just hang in there. I gotta do me. My phone is 100% charged, in case you guys needed to know that. While we're sharing. Yeah. I know I'm not a perfect person, but I want you to know that if that button was in front of me right now, like, I really can't think of a reason why I wouldn't press it, you know? I want to believe I'd have the strength to do it. Everybody in chat is like, what does it mean to end it, though? No! In a good way. God damn, guys. Whoa. Bro's got his natural all bricked up. Wow, I unironically thought he'd be going Stargate because of the, I thought he'd be going Stargate just because of his... Oh my god, I haven't streamed this long in so long. I haven't yapped this much in so long. This is gonna have to be the last game. I'm gonna have a hard time streaming. I'm gonna have a hard time streaming for the rest of the week if I put out this much energy for this long every day. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. I'm going into battle cruisers right now. I know it's what you want. I know it's what you want. We're doing it. It's happening right here in real time. All right. There's no obs. We've got El Tanco de Sijo. He made a Dark Templar. It's no longer made. Now I unmade it. Requiem is keeping you alive for now? Dude, I can't wait for Requiem. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped for Requiem. It's going to be so good. Capcom's A-team has not missed. It's sad that I have to make that clarification, because obviously Resident Evil 3 Remake, I refuse to endorse. But I can't wait for Requiem. Resident Evil 3 Remake was made by a different company at the same time they were making Resident Evil 2 Remake, so that's why it's such a lower quality title. I'm not saying it's a bad game, but it's hard. I can't tell them they did a perfect job. That's all. I can't tell them they got a 100%. I love them to death, but it's a solid 90. It's a solid A. Maybe A- at worst, which is still really good. The greatest thing Capcom could do for their legacy right now, TBH, would just be to make an update for Resident Evil 3 Remake. It'll never happen, because then it would mean they'd have to admit that they made a mistake. But it would be the best move they could do. It would be. There's nothing that would get them more goodwill than an update for that game. Nathan, you're already building your 4th and 5th starport, okay? Okay. I don't know why I have to remind you of that, but yeah, you're headed there. Shorty, I can take you there. Yeah, see, it doesn't deal damage, but like the idea is to like kind of intimidate him. And like he cancels that, sure. But I'm like literally going into battle cruisers, so it's also like if he's willing to settle for canceling a command center, that's really not the worst outcome for me. So if you think about it, putting another command center there for him to attack and thus cancel again, that's actually the best move, because it keeps him from feeling like he's not doing damage, and thus, like, if you think about it, I'm kind of just like feeding him a little bit so that the beast doesn't get hungry enough to like forage for food on his own. Bet you never thought about it like that. If he didn't have that command center, he might have gone for my SCVs. Are there times when you're playing another game where you wanted a battlecruiser to be available? Yeah, when I was playing Resident Evil 3 Remake and they have that one bug thing crawl up into your mouth and shoot something down your throat. Absolutely nasty as I wanted to Yamat fire, whatever. All the napalm, all of it. Like, yes, Zosha, I do want a nuke. Specifically for this purpose. We need to bring it to this location. A battlecruiser would help. Yeah, I would like to Yamato the bug monsters in that game. Thank you. Although if I was in Pluribus and they were trying to find like the most like absolutely manipulate me person alive, they'd probably, I don't know, maybe they send Kojima. I like athletes, but I don't really look up to them.
Your base is under siege.
What is it? Who called in?
See, look. He's like focusing down this base, right?
Who called in the fleet? Oh, really?
Command center upgrade.
He must be very tall, the tallest. He's literally building Tempests as we speak. And he's got, oh my god, I forgot he DT rushed me. Man, I've kind of just been yapping this game. I love you guys. Thanks for letting me talk to you sometimes and not just be super serious about the game, because that's really hard. Thank you for putting up with me. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Baby Groot is coming tomorrow. Baby Groot's coming out tomorrow? Okay, well, maybe I don't need Patrick. Where's, can I get Sonic? Are they going to add Sonic the Hedgehog as a pet? Can I get a little Sonic to run around with me? That would probably be... It actually said a lot when I was like, Katie, what character do you want to come to the game? And she was like, I'm not really sure, but I think you want Sonic. And I was like, she's right. She's right. Big Sonic the Hedgehog got here. I'm really trying to lean into him here. Well, I already got the Fleet Beacon, Nate, so even if I can't end the game, what I should try to do is make sure that any Tempests that are currently building, if I kill the Stargate, if you lose the Fleet Beacon, it doesn't cancel the ones you're building. It's important to keep that in mind. So I don't want him to repower his Stargate, because he'll still get a Tempest from it, even though I got his Fleet Beacon. So that's what I'm trying to say. But it's kind of an intense moment. There we go. Fantastic. Whew. Long stream today, guys. Long show. I really tried to put my all into it and just have fun today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope that you had a good time. That's all I got. I'll be on same time tomorrow. Actually tomorrow is her one day off. So tomorrow, I may or may not stream tomorrow, actually. I'd say coin flip chance, probably like 70-30, because there's football on too. We did go up to the parents' house for Christmas, so I need to get baked and watch football and not leave the couch for a day, so that might be tomorrow. You guys might just have to miss me because of that. But then I'll be streaming every day. So around this time, actually, same hours is what I'm going to be aiming for. So thank you. God bless you. Have a great night.